Mr. Sailors, can you hear us?
Yes, I can. Can you hear me?
Great, we can. Thank you. Good morning. We are on the record in case number 2021-00251, electronic application of Duke Energy Kentucky Incorporated to amend its demand-side management programs. My name is Kent Chandler. I'm chair of the Kentucky Public Service Commission. Joining me today is Vice Chairman Angie Hatton and Commissioner Mary Pat Regan. For those in the hearing room, please set your cell phones to silent or turn them off. For our witness that will be testifying virtually to assist with audio clarity and avoid feedback, I just ask that you do the following, Mr. Sailors. Please mute your microphone and turn off your video when you're not speaking. If you use a phone for the audio and a computer for video, please turn off the computer audio. And then finally, please alert the commission if you're experiencing any issues that cause you not to be able to participate this morning. If you have contact with your attorney in the room or someone else from the commission, please use those if you're somehow disconnected or unable to participate. The purpose of today's hearing is to take evidence in this matter. Before we get started on anything else, we'll do an entry of appearance of counsel for the applicant.
Thank you, Your Honor. On behalf of Duke Energy Kentucky, my name is Larissa Vaisman, Senior Counsel, and our business address is 139 East 4th Street, Cincinnati, Ohio, 45202.
Okay. And for the Office of the Attorney General?
Good morning. On behalf of the Attorney General, I'm Lawrence Cook.
Good morning, Mr. Cook. And for commission staff?
Good morning, Your Honor. Tina Frederick for Commission staff.
All right, I reviewed the record this morning, and notice was appropriately given and evidence was filed into the record. It looked like on the 21st of March. Other than 3 petitions for confidentiality, are there any other outstanding motions?
We don't believe so, Your Honor.
All right, a few folks have indicated their interest in providing public comment this morning. We've not gotten any follow-on notice that they would like to do so virtually. So at this time, I would ask if there's anybody in the room that would like to provide public comment, please come to the microphone and indicate your interest in as much. Okay. So checking again, it looks like none of the individuals have used the information provided to them to log on and provide their comments virtually.
Maybe someone calling them?
They haven't. We'll give that one more minute to see if they've logged in.
Nobody.
All right. I just would remind anyone that is watching this hearing in real time or soon after the fact that anyone that would like to provide public comment can do so prior to the submission of a case. There are 3 different ways that you can provide public comment outside of a hearing. The first is to mail your public comment to the Public Service Commission. You can mail that comment to 211 Sower, S-O-W-E-R, Boulevard, Frankfort, Kentucky 40602. You can email public comments to the Kentucky Public Service Commission. We have a specific email inbox just for comments. It's psc.comment@ky.gov. Again, that's psc.comment@ky.gov. And then finally, we have a form on our website at psc.ky.gov that you can fill out and provide public comments. We ask that whichever of those options you use to provide public comments, that you always include the case number and your name and address. The case number in this matter is 2022-00251. Again, that's 2022-00251. Okay. Given that there are no public comments, counsel, would you have to call your first witness?
Thank you, Your Honor. For our first witness, we will call Mr. Bruce Sailors.
Mr. Sailors, please turn on your camera and your microphone, and when those are both completed, please raise your right hand.
I believe they are both completed.
Give us just a minute. We can't see your, don't have anything through your camera yet. There we go. All right, please raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to give is true and correct under penalty of perjury?
I do.
Please state your name and business address for the record.
Bruce Sailors, 139 East 4th Street. That's in Cincinnati, Ohio, 45202.
Okay. Counsel, you may ask.
Thank you, Your Honor. Mr. Sailors, did you cause certain testimony and certain responses to data requests to be filed in this proceeding?
I did.
And did you have any corrections or changes to your testimony or to any of those responses?
No.
And if you were asked those same questions here this morning, would your responses be the same?
I would, yes.
Your Honor, the witness is available for cross-examination.
Mr. Cook, do you have any questions for this witness?
Yes, I do. Good morning, Mr. Sailors. Larry Cook here for the Attorney General.
Good morning, Mr. Cook. Mr. Cook, am I supposed to see you, or?
At times
there no
you
video from
may,
the room?
or at times you may not. There's a
Okay.
camera system that rotates.
There we go.
So-
Mr. Cook, can you pull the microphone a little closer to you so it auto chooses you?
How's that?
Mr. Cook is right. Our camera's trying to follow the microphone. So as they're picking up, you should pick up Mr. Sailors, whether it's your counsel or the commissioners or staff counsel or Mr. Cook. Well, actually,
And I can hear you perfectly, so there's
Well,
no
so,
worries.
all right,
I
I'm just being
can't
told
see
that our
anything.
auto
It's
cameras
okay.
aren't working, so we'll be doing it manually. So you'll
Okay.
see whoever's talking, but there may be a short delay. So please continue, Mr. Cook.
Okay.
Okay, great.
Don't
And Mr.
worry.
Sailor, since we're doing this remotely, please feel free to speak up if you don't understand me, or if you want me to repeat the question or rephrase, I'd be glad to do that, okay?
Thank you.
Okay. So, Mr. Sailors, I just wanted to clarify, are you employed by Duke Energy Kentucky or by Duke Energy Business Services?
Duke Energy Business Services.
Okay, thank you. So my understanding is that the Duke Kentucky's peak time rebate program has been up and running for roughly 2 years now. Is that correct?
A little over, yes.
Okay. And I'm going to call the peak time rebate PTR for short. Is that okay? Okay.
That's fine.
All right. And as a result, the company now has a lot of experience-based data, not just models for this program. Isn't that correct?
We have collected data for the pilot, yes.
And a lot of this data has been generated by means of the company's smart meter infrastructure. Isn't that correct?
Correct, yes.
Okay.
We have obtained hourly interval data for the customers participating in the pilot, yes.
Okay. And I'm going to call the smart meter infrastructure AMI for short, because we know it's not just meters, but there's an entire system there, right?
Oh, certainly.
Yeah, okay. Now, Duke Kentucky retained an independent consulting firm called Resource Innovations to perform an evaluation, measurement, and verification study. Isn't that true?
True, correct.
Okay. And through the course of my questioning, I'm going to call that study the EM&V, okay?
Okay,
Okay. And the results of the EM&V covered the summer 2020 through the summer of 2021. Isn't that correct?
that is correct. They broke their analysis into three pieces. As you noted, summer 2020, winter 2021, and then the summer of 2021.
Okay. And that, the EM&V is attached as Appendix E to the application, is it not?
Yes, it is.
Okay. And the EM&V showed that Duke Kentucky customers like the PTR, isn't that correct?
There were surveys sent out, and customers did indicate that they were satisfied with the program.
Okay. In fact, participating customers were very likely to recommend the program to others, isn't that correct?
I don't remember the exact number, but I believe that is correct, yes.
Okay. Could, do you have in front of you the application?
I have an electronic folder with all of the pertinent documents. I believe I could open the application, yes.
Okay. Could you turn to the EMV and just let me know when you're there and I'll guide you from there?
Okay, and just to confirm, you want me to open Appendix E,
Correct.
the EM&B document, okay. Let me find it. I think that's the biggest file in here, so it should be easy to find. Okay, is in the process of opening.
Okay.
Okay, I have that document opened, 83
Great.
pages, yes.
Could you turn to page 52?
And just so I'm clear, Mr. Cook, you're asking about Appendix E in terms of Echo?
Correct, sir. Yes.
Okay, I am at page 52 of 83 in Appendix E.
Okay, thank you. And do you see table 4-14 on that page?
I'm scrolling down to it right now. Yes, I do.
Okay. Can you confirm that 200 out of 241 pilot participants surveyed would recommend the PTR to a friend or family member?
Okay. So 241 was the number of people in the survey. Participant agreement was. The average rating under the question of I would recommend the peak time credit program to friends or family is an 8.4 on a scale of 1 to 10.
Out of 241.
Correct. Average rating out of the 241 folks that participate in the survey. And I don't see it, but maybe you could direct me. Where is the 200 out of 241 that you were referencing?
Well, my recollection was that it was right there in the table.
Oh, it was in the table. Oh, I see. You're adding together. Yeah, okay, so under the promoters column, where it says they gave it a 9 or 10 rating, that was 155. And under the passes column, which means they gave it a rating of 7 or 8, that was 45. So adding those together, you would get 200, yes.
Okay. And subject to check, would you accept that that is 83%?
That should be approximately in the vicinity.
Okay,
Yes.
approximately, yeah. Isn't this an unusually high rate of program satisfaction?
For PTR programs, they are very well received by customers. So it depends on what you mean by unusually, but it is in a larger context of the programs in general. Yes, I guess you could call it high.
Okay. Were you aware that other companies in Kentucky are in this various stages of offering a different PTR program?
I was not aware that any of the other companies currently offer a PTR program, although I did read material in this proceeding that suggested that someone else was considering offering a PTR program.
Okay, that's fine. I'll leave that at that. The pilot period of the program showed that participants reduced usage during peak periods. Isn't that correct?
Correct. On average, for the summer of 2021, that's a number that sticks in my head, 0.14 kW per hour.
You're reading my mind, so this is great that I can skip one of the questions. That's
So
fantastic.
can I ask Mr. Saylor, what was,
That's the only number I memorized. Okay, so we're good.
can I ask Mr. Saylor, what was that again?
0.14 kW.
Giga what?
Kilowatt, I believe was the.
Kilowatts, so per customer. So on, I'm just throwing that number. So on average, per customer, per participant in the program, the customers reduced 0.14 kW
KW.
during event hours.
Okay, thank you.
Sure.
And so that was just to give it a little more context and to round it out, the context there. The EM&V found the average demand reduction was 0.14 kW per participant per summer critical peak event. Isn't that correct?
Yeah, it was the average, correct, yes.
Okay,
They do have, I don't have those numbers memorized, but we do have the document open. They were different for every individual event, but the 0.14 was the average.
could you take just a minute or two to explain to the commission what the critical peak events are and how the company called them?
Certainly. The program is designed to give customers, participants, the opportunity to receive credits, earn credits really, is a better way to put it, when there are peak event days called. On a peak event day, a day that would be identified as a very hot day where there are maybe constraints in loads or just, I shouldn't say only when there's constraints, but when load is very high, the company will call an event and notify customers, and then customers have any means available to them. There's no device at their house. They can increase their thermostat setting. They can not turn off lights if lights happen to be on during the event hours, not do laundry, those type of behavioral actions to reduce their load consumption versus what it normally would be. And that's the way they would earn credits for the program. The program is actually designed for the events to last for 4 hours, from 3 p.m. to 7 p.m. in the summer, and from 6 to 10 in the winter.
Okay, thank you. I think that's a good background. So you mentioned earlier the figure of 0.14 kilowatts. Now, when I read the EM&V, isn't it true that that constitutes nearly 6.1% of the average participant's load? Does that figure sound correct to you? I can tell you where that is if you need for me to.
If you want me to verify completely, I didn't memorize that figure.
Yeah, sure, that's
I could go
fine.
check it.
It's
But
right-
it is in the vicinity of that.
Okay, it is on page 6 of the EM&V.
Okay, get it real quick. .09%, yes.
Okay, thank you. And isn't it also true that participants who have a Wi-Fi enabled thermostat had an even greater demand reduction?
They did. We didn't find a large percentage of customers participating, but with Wi-Fi enabled thermostats, but they did. They reduced more.
And just for purposes of the record, that is discussed more in Appendix F, isn't that correct?
Correct.
Okay. So would it not be logical then, Mr. Sailors, that more participating customers would yield more conservation and demand response?
I'd like to, I probably misstated the last question. You did correctly say that, the Wi-Fi information was in Appendix F. And I would say that yes, Duke Energy did conclude that Wi-Fi customers did respond more. But I just want to clarify that that was not a Resource Innovations EM&V finding.
Okay.
They did not look at the Wi-Fi customers specifically. We did that separately. So I didn't want to say that they did that. Our numbers, were from the credit calculations, so they're a little bit different than the EM&V vendors' numbers.
I understand.
But,
Thank you.
and could you repeat your question? I
Sure,
apologize.
yeah. Isn't it true that the more customers that participate, that would yield more conservation and demand response?
Conservation is in question to me, but certainly would provide a more gross number of demand response reduction. Whether that is cost effectively obtained or not is in question. But yes, the more participants, assuming they behave similarly to the participants right now, that would provide more.
Okay. In order to achieve greater participant response, is it not true that the company could ask participants to provide their cell phone numbers at the time that they enroll and then provide notice of upcoming CPEs by text message in addition to email messages?
We can ask for text numbers from participants, and of course we did ask customers, give them the opportunity to receive text messages. Would it provide more? I'm not sure I would be convinced to say it may. Let me just say that. It may.
Well, I'm sorry.
Oh, yeah, go right ahead, Jim.
That's not much of an answer, Mr. Saylor. It may. I mean, that it may just indicate you don't have definitive evidence that it won't.
That is correct.
Right. So you do this as a profession. Compared to the status quo of the program, which is emails, are you saying in your expert judgment that conveying all of these events by text message it's your expectation, would it have any impact on the savings?
To be perfectly clear, I don't recall the EM&V study having that information to say that text message customers statistically provided more load reduction than non-text message customers.
Yeah, but that wasn't the question.
Oh, okay.
I'm asking
I
you the
apologize.
question. Do you think that people giving people notice by text? Well, let me ask you, Mr. Saylor. Is it easier for me to get a hold of you if I message your personal cell number or to email your personal email address? Which am I more likely to get your attention on or more timely get your attention?
Text message.
So, I mean, wouldn't that in and of itself, at least in your expert opinion, wouldn't that provide more timely notice of events as opposed to email address, text messaging?
For me personally,
Yeah.
yes.
Okay, so,
Yes.
and then let's take your time in this industry and your, I've got your CV here. Do you not think that that would also, a similar response, or let me ask it differently. Do you not think that fact that you just indicated, that it'd be easier to inform you of something by text message than it would to your personal email address? In your experience, do you not think that would also apply to participants of these types of programs, to inform them of something by text as opposed to sending it to their personal email?
I would answer this way, Mr. Chairman. A lot of folks don't want text messages. I don't know the percentage. If they did sign up for text messages, I don't know if you force them to do that or not, but if they did sign up for text messages, it may, it would probably inform them in a more timely fashion
So
or
the-
remind them.
Yeah, because what you were trying to answer earlier is, will the actual informing them result in additional savings? That's what you're saying you don't have evidence from the EM&V from, right?
Correct.
Okay, so, but those are distinct issues. Notifying somebody and then them taking the efforts to reduce their usage are two different items, right?
Yes.
Okay, so then separate from that, Mr. Cook is alluding to, or you kind of answered about the programmable thermostats, I think. You were talking about technology.
Mhm.
So what if you timely notified them and they had to take no additional effort, personal additional effort to reduce their usage? Does that fix that second half of you not having evidence?
I don't believe I followed
Yeah,
the
so-
question after you said if
Yeah.
you notify them through text message and they have a Wi-Fi enabled thermostat.
Yep.
And they don't have to do anything. Can you explain that piece a
Yeah,
little more to me?
so are you aware of any programs across the entire United States where the appliances themselves are sent messages by the utilities to respond to utility-driven programs?
There are programs, I believe we refer to them as BYOT, or Bring Your Own Thermostat programs. And I know that's a program that our DSM folks track or monitor, maybe is the best word to say there, to see if introduction in Kentucky might be of value in the future. Yes, those are provide the signal. It's more of I'd call it, in my experience, a direct load control program where the customer doesn't have to do anything. You know, it's similar to our Power Manager program that we have right now.
Okay. So and the reason I'm asking this, I don't want us to stick our head in the sand, right? The perception, whether it's truth or not, is that Kentucky is last in adoption of things across the spectrum, not just related to utility items. But people have had these types of programs for some. The Maryland peak time rebate has been around since, 10 years probably, right? You're aware of that program?
I am familiar with some aspects of that program from Maryland, yes.
Okay, all right. A lot of the answers are sort of couched only if we needed to figure out what the EM&V said, we can just read the EM&V report, right? There's a reason that you're in your position and that you have the experience that you have is that you can speak to things outside the EM&V report. Is that fair enough?
Fair enough. And I guess if we're looking at this umbrella of programs, you know, I always think about, okay, well, when you're adding automated response and devices and everything, you know, do you call that PTR? And I guess that's where I'm getting confused with the question, is because, you know, PTR in its purest form is you just notify customers, we're not controlling anything in their homes. It's a little bit different program position than saying, okay, well, we're going to put this device. Or, you know, the customer provides the device, you know, and you bring your own thermostat type of program. It's just a twist of saying, okay, well, you do what you can, whatever you want, we're not controlling you, and we'll give you credit, versus, well, we'll pay you an incentive to allow us to control your air conditioning.
Yeah, but that's not what I'm.
That's where I'm getting a little bit.
That wasn't what I was asking about, Mr. Jones, right? A peak time rebate is you all have identified a peak time event, right? You all identify an event, and that you indicate to everyone that we will send you a price signal, a fixed amount for however much you can reduce. And if you reduce usage compared to what we expected your baseline to be during that time, we will provide you compensation for the system benefits that you provided in reducing your usage, right?
Correct.
Why do you
Correct.
care?
So those Wi-Fi customers, oh, go ahead.
Why do you care whether a person walked over and touched their thermostat, got on their phone and turned their thermostat down, or turned their thermostat down before they left home? Why as a utility do you care whether or not the reduction occurred by any of those three activities if they've reduced their usage as compared to the base amount?
In a peak time rebate program, it would all be the same.
Well, That,
Correct.
do you care?
Do I? Sure.
Is the utility indifferent as to how the customer reduced their usage as compared to the base amount, the baseline?
If it's in response to the notice, no, there's a variety of ways customers can reduce their usage in response to the peak day notice.
Mr. Cook?
Okay, thank you, Chairman. So, Mr. Saylor's just giving a little more context to this, the issue about text messages. The EM&V report said that Duke offers text message alerts, but required pilot customers to set up this preference separately after the enrollment process. Isn't that correct?
Yes, it was, that may be, I think it is an accurate description. Well, what it was is, it was, we enroll them in the program, and then in their introductory email, welcome to the program, you can go up and set up your preferences at this link, and customers could go. So it wasn't like we waited, a month before saying, oh, well, you can set up text messages if you want. But yes, correct. They enrolled in a program, and an email came to them saying, you can set up your communication notification preferences at this link.
And could the method that the company chose to do this after the enrollment, could that process have reduced the number of participants electing to receive text messages of CPE events?
I don't know if there's evidence of that. The customers have the option to elect them. Now, as identified by the company and published in the EM&B report, we said, well, we could actually make that enhancement to right during enrollment say, hey, if you want text messages, provide your text message number.
Okay.
So yes, that would make it easier for customers to provide a text message number.
Could a reduction in the number of participants electing to receive text message alerts have impacted the demand reductions that were measured in the PTR pilot?
I don't think I have evidence to say one way or the other.
Okay. Isn't it true that during the pilot, only 8.2% of participants took the extra step of enrolling for text message notification of CPEs?
I didn't memorize that number.
I can
but
tell you where it's
certainly
at
not
if you
all of
want
the
to.
Perfect.
It's in response
Is that in
to
Appendix E?
It's actually in response to a data request. It's
Okay.
AG 1-11, subpart B, as in boy.
11. It's opening now. Successfully registered a telephone number. Identification is separate. 74 participants enrolled. This equals 8.2%. Correct.
Okay, thank you. And in that, while you have that Attorney General's responses to the Attorney General's first data request, could you turn to item 4?
So that would be data request 01-004.
Correct.
Okay. Yep, let me get that one open. Sorry, they are all in separate files. So they, okay, I don't appear to have that one. I must not have sponsored it, or maybe I just am missing it. Did I sponsor that particular data request?
Well, I don't know. Do you know?
Okay.
Council?
1004 was sponsored by Gene Williams, so that'll be adopted here by Tim Duff.
Okay, all I wanted to do was to verify what's in the response. So Chairman, can I ask him to do that?
More than welcome to ask.
So can you just open that? Do you have that with you physically?
I can get it through, Mr. Cook, I was told try to limit my network access because it causes delays sometimes, so I have all these, saved to my hard drive that were mine. I can try to connect to it, through the network connection, if you'd like to hold on a second.
All right.
And I hope it doesn't cause too many delays. Let's see here.
I can try to email it. Bruce, I can try to email it, if that's okay.
Is that a public document?
Yes.
Yes,
it is.
yes, it's not.
Can you access the internet, Mr. Sailors, easier than you can the direction you're going through?
I'm halfway there.
Okay.
So I think I might have it by the time you send the email. But I'm at the Discovery folder, and I'm at the Attorney General's first data request. And I'm just waiting for the list to come up so I can access 004. There it is. Okay, and it is open now. Okay. If you just give me a second so I can read it. Oh, well, I don't believe you asked me a question yet, Mr. Cook, about it. What is the question?
Okay, could you just read into the record what the question that is posed there?
Oh, okay, sure. Refer to Appendix E, Tables 3-1, 2, 3, and 4. In the two tables provide in response to OAGDR 1-2 above. These 6 tables provide the average hourly load reductions, either per customer or per event day, for the summer 2021, winter 2021, and summer 2020 events. These provide versions of these 6 tables stratified by customers notified via text message and customers not notified via text message. Include the results of any statistical analysis, such as test of statistical significance recommended by the company's consultant for such stratification.
Okay.
That is the question. Did you want me to read the response as well?
At this point, I think there isn't, your counsel inserted in there an objection in that particular question. But the
Correct.
the only question I have is, can you explain why Duke did not compare the PTR event response of participants receiving text alerts to customers who did not receive text alerts?
I don't believe the design of the experiment, and I'm trying to talk in the EMV vendor's terms, I probably should stop doing that because I won't do a good job of it. The EMV vendor uses a control group to help calculate these things. And I don't believe that they have a text message control group. Customers who would want text messages for this versus, customers in general. Sample size, I think I should probably just defer that question to Ms. Williams.
Okay, all right. Of the PTR participants who participated in the survey that was requested by the EM&V contractor. Isn't it true that the most common recommendation that participants cited as a means to improve the program was the notification method or timing, cited by 1/3 of survey participants?
So let me try to help out with the 1/3 value there. I believe in one survey, there was a winter survey, there was a summer survey. In one of the two, the response was, provide us more incentives. But in both, there was a response saying, text message alerts. But the 1/3, I read some of those questions that you have to be careful with that because it's 1/3 of the people who provide it, answers to that question. So approximately 250 people responded to the survey. Approximately 50 gave free-form answers. And then 1/3 of that 50 said, oh yeah, text messages would be good. So, it wasn't 1/3 of the 250 people who responded. You're talking about something less than 10% of the folks. But you are correct. That was a response from customers, that text message.
Okay. Going back to the actual EM&V, can you go to page 66 and let me know when you're there?
Absolutely. Glad I kept that open. 66. Okay, I am on page 66 of 83.
Okay, are you there?
I'm there. Yes, I'm sorry.
Okay. Can you read into the record, there's a sentence that begins, "One lesson learned from this pilot," and just read through the end of that paragraph.
Does it start a paragraph, Mr. Cook?
Let me,
Oh, I see. It's at the very bottom of the page, correct?
there you go, yeah.
So it goes on to page 67.
Yes, continues over the next page.
One lesson learned from this pilot is that many customers prefer to receive event notification via text message rather than email.
Okay, and then can you continue with that, the rest of that paragraph over onto the next page?
Oh, certainly. Duke Energy offers text message alerts, but required pilot customers to set up this preference separately after the enrollment process. They have discussed text message notifications as a potential improvement they can investigate should the program be commercialized, with the customer entering their event notification preference during the enrollment process rather than after the fact. That is correct. The company identified that as a potential improvement to the program.
Okay, and then it continues, does it not? Duke staff identified one potential improvement?
Oh, yes, the next paragraph. Sorry. Did you want me to read that paragraph as well?
Please, yeah, thank you.
Duke staff identified one potential improvement to streamline the process to collect customer contact preference information. After enrolling in the pilot, customers were given a link to go online and update their contact preferences. This contact preference information could be collected during enrollment, rather than requiring customers complete an additional step afterwards. This would cut down on the number of interactions and improve customer satisfaction.
Okay, thank you. Just one moment, Chairman. Could the company have designed the program in such a way so that participants provide their phone number at the time of registration?
It's possible, yes, sure.
Okay. And according to the EMV report, the second most common recommendation that survey participants had was that they would have found it more useful if Duke had made more information regarding program information and energy saving tips more available. Isn't that correct?
There was a comment, I believe, I would probably answer that exactly the same way as I did the last one, where it's kind of, you have to be careful with the number that the EM&V vendor stated, because it was stated kind of awkwardly. And it might imply that, oh, well, 1/3 of the customers, said that they wanted this. But, which would not be true. It was something less than 10%, I believe, for that one. Subject to check. We can look into that. It was something like 6% of the respondents said that.
Okay, thank you.
Correct.
Do you think that the company could provide, as an example of energy saving tips, could the company provide information that would help participants to prioritize the most impactful loads that they could minimize during a CPE?
Well, certainly a company can. I believe the company did provide that. I believe there are several emails that suggest
Okay.
the customers adjusting their thermostat. And pointing back to the survey that we're talking about, I mean, I'm certain that the number one thing that customers said that they did during events was to adjust their thermostat.
Right. And since we're engaging in essentially a public education program here, do you not think that that would be beneficial to make, even if you have to repeat it in different locations, that might serve to create more impact?
I think that it would be information to give to the customer, which I believe the company provided on multiple occasions, whether that was through just a link to the website to go over the different methods of reducing load.
Okay.
But yes, education is important.
Okay. Now, the Duke's AMI records customer energy usage by time of day and day of week. Isn't that correct?
Could you say that again?
It records energy usage by time of day and by the day of the week. Isn't that correct?
It certainly records energy usage on an hourly.
Okay.
In Ohio and Kentucky, I believe that is on a 15-minute basis.
Okay, good. So the AMI is required for time-based rates like PTR, isn't that correct?
Well, I mean, AMI might be an overstatement, but you certainly need to be able to measure the energy consumption during those intervals. Yes.
Okay.
So I wouldn't say my answer to that question is AMI is a very large system, as we discussed earlier.
Yes.
Lots of different components. There would be other ways that you probably could accomplish it, but AMI certainly allows, for PTR.
Okay. Would you agree that a PTR program therefore makes good use of the AMI system's capability to record energy usage by the time of day?
I would probably have to ask you to define good use. I mean, I'm used to in a DSM framework, thinking about it as, well, is the program cost effective? So yeah, if you could define what your definition of good use is, that maybe I could better answer that question.
Well, I'm not the one answering the questions today. Maybe some
Okay.
other time, but
Okay, well then I would have to say that's uncertain. I think cost effectiveness is the criteria we use to determine if a program is good or not.
okay. Is there any reason why Duke Kentucky would not want to offer a program that is popular with participants and reduces energy usage during peak times?
There's certainly, yes, there would be, and I would go back to cost effectiveness. If we could make a popular program cost effective, yes, I would think there would stand a better chance. Now, there might also be other issues that I'm just not thinking of here, but cost effectiveness would certainly be a hurdle that would need to be passed.
Can you tell us the participation rate that Duke Kentucky employed in its conclusion that PTR is not cost effective?
So the participation rate we used was the result from the pilot, and that was 1.5%. I should say, when I was reviewing information for the hearing, let me clarify that 1.5% was from the actual pilot results. So it was an email marketing campaign. We sent it out to some 60,000+ customers, and 1.5% actually, enrolled in the program. You just have to be careful. I don't have the information available to me to say for the customers that haven't provided Duke an email address of what the participation rate would be if we tried to contact them via some other method.
Okay, and just again, to give a little more context to your answer, would you agree with me that the 1.5% that you just mentioned, that is set forth in the company's response to the Attorney General's first data request, item 21, and the second set of data requests in item 16? Does that sound correct to you?
I certainly can open those if you want me to verify it completely, but if those were the questions that were asking us what was the response rate from the pilot, then yes, we responded as 1.5%.
Okay, thank you. Now, PTR is a time of use rate, isn't that correct?
Depending on how you define a time of use rate, it is a time-based rate, certainly.
Okay. Now, Duke Kentucky is proposing another time of use rate in its current rate case, isn't that correct?
It is a critical peak pricing rate.
Thank you. Can you just describe just the basics, just high-level basics of what that critical peak pricing does?
Sure. And I'll try to provide a little bit of a, compare and contrast to PTR. PTR, essentially is an event-based. The only time PTR, quote, is, let's say, activated, if we want to use that word, is during those peak day events. So you might get 10 to 12 of those during the year. There's no price signal the rest of the time except during those peak day events. I give that background and compare it to the critical peak pricing rate, where it is a time of use rate where every day is broken up into segments. And there could be an on-peak price and an off-peak price. And on top of that, I should say, the critical peak pricing rate also has events, just similar to PTR, where we would notify the customer and say, today is an especially high load day. Maybe there's congestion on the system, really hot or extremely cold, just like PTR. And you would have a higher price implemented during that on-peak period. Now, the critical peak pricing rate we have also has something called, some people refer to it as a super off-peak. We refer to it, for customer, understanding mostly is the discount period. And that's, in the middle of the night, 1 to 6 a.m. When load is very low and marginal pricing is typically very low as well. That would be the lowest rate that a customer could get during that time period. So I hope that's kind of a compare and contrast of the two.
Thank you. So customers enrolled in the critical peak pricing will pay a higher rate than they pay today during on-peak hours. Is that true?
Yes, the way it would be designed is typically you would pay a higher rate during on-peak and a lower rate during off-peak.
Okay. So would it be accurate or is it fair to, by analogy, to say that this is a carrot and stick approach between PTR and critical peak pricing since critical peak pricing is a higher rate, wouldn't that be more like a stick approach as opposed to the peak time rebate, which seeks to reimburse people for proper conservation behavior and demand response behavior?
I've heard that analogy. Stick kind of, it doesn't work well with me. I'm supposed to be I'm in rate design. So I like to say that the critical peak pricing rate is actually a time-based rate with researched, on-peak and off-peak periods that better, send price signals to customers, based on the cost to serve them during those periods.
Do you think that, I'm sorry, go ahead.
Okay.
Go ahead, I didn't mean to interrupt you. Okay,
No, I was done.
all right.
I just want to clarify, Mr. Saylor, are you saying that you all that the peak time rebate prices and timing were not researched? I'm confused by
The period was, the period for the peak time rebate was 3 to 7 during the summer, for example, and for the critical peak pricing was 2 to 8. And they were both researched, but we just felt with the peak time rebate, we should focus more, a very more narrow period of time, because customers potentially could react better to that on a peak time rebate.
I take from your response, and just tell me if I'm wrong, but it sounds like critical peak pricing is more focused on covering the utilities cost of service, whereas peak time rebate is attempting to avoid different values that would provide, if avoided, provide a system benefit.
Peak time, critical peak pricing is a revenue neutral rate based on the cost of service study information that's provided as discussed in the rate case that's currently pending. Those periods were researched and provided in that case. To answer directly and honestly, Mr. Chairman, is the peak time rebate was the result of a settlement where we agreed that the period that would be in question for the events would be 3 to 7 p.m. And so that was just, came from the settlement.
Yeah, and you're talking about programs conceptually, though, in large part, right? When asked about, your response was into Mr. Cook's asking about carrot and stick and conceptually about critical peak pricing and peak time rebate. And that's the basis of my question. Is it sounds like critical peak pricing conceptually is sort of backwards looking in an attempt to cover cost of service, whereas peak time rebate is looking at what the utilities avoided cost values are and are more forward looking in order to avoid things that drive costs for customers. Do you disagree?
Well, certainly the DSM framework is based on avoided costs, correct. And that's what the cost effectiveness tests are certainly, concentrate on. The critical peak pricing framework certainly is from, the rate case information from the cost of service. Yes.
Well, both of those things are all true without your response. I'm trying to better understand the distinction between the two, because you've got DSM programs, right, that are inherently different. The proposal for peak time rebate, and this is peak time rebate programs generally, right, are decidedly and almost across the board determined to be akin to, or are DSM programs, that their cost effectiveness is based off of avoiding system expenses, right? That's the determination as to whether they're cost effective. The cost of operating the program first, the cost that you are avoiding. Would you agree?
Correct.
Okay.
Yes. I
Critical
would
peak
agree.
pricing is not proposed as a DSM program in the rate case. Would you? Not taken into account in as much as the proposal is that insofar as there's a revenue requirement shortfall, that deferral accounting is proposed. Would you agree?
Was proposed. I
And
agree.
there is no comparison to cost to expenses or cost to operate critical peak pricing versus the cost that it avoids. It's instead a proposal that just says we're going to carve out the cost of service study, and insofar as we don't earn our revenue requirement from this program, we will make that up through deferral accounting. Accurate?
Will request, correct. Accurate.
Okay, so there's a big distinction between the two programs. Would you agree?
Well, it is a completely different approach, and
Yeah.
there are certainly very good reasons for that. Yes.
Yeah, well, and there may be good reasons, and I've got lots of questions for you here, but I just want to get back to they're looking at different sides of the ledger. Would you agree that critical peak pricing is backwards looking in an attempt to cover the revenue requirement, or as a way for the utility to cover the revenue requirement? And peak time rebate as a conceptually, not just this program, but programs generally, is a way to avoid future costs for the system?
I think it can be true, the avoiding future costs for the system can be true of either one of those. But in the calculation of the rates for critical peak pricing, yes, it is looking at the revenue requirement, correct.
If
Yes,
you,
I agree.
If you, as the company has proposed with critical peak pricing, just look at critical peak pricing in order to cover the revenue requirement, where in the calculus of determination of continuing that program does avoiding future costs for the system come in?
Through the critical peak day events. The intention is to provide a signal to customers to let them know that during these hours, we are asking them, or we are sending them the signal that it is more expensive to provide service during these hours. And so at their decision, they can reduce their usage and reduce their bill.
But you're not incentivizing them to reduce usage, you're making yourself indifferent to their usage, right?
I think it is a price signal, and maybe the word incentive isn't appropriate, but it certainly sends a signal to the customer that they can save a larger amount during on-peak periods if they reduce their energy consumption,
Right, but
which
it's
translates into bill savings.
it's a trailing amount, right? It's a cost of service amount. It's a historically incurred embedded cost that they're avoiding paying their fraction of. They're not necessarily avoiding future investments by the utility to serve the system in the same way calculating a rate based off avoided costs would be, correct?
The critical peak pricing, critical peak rate, and the on-peak rate in that ratio of those four different prices was based off of LMP input. Correct. So
it's
to the
exclusively-
extent that LMP's,
So that's exclusively an energy rate, correct?
that is where we received our guidance from the LMP, but then we tweaked those to make them a little bit more consistent.
Okay. Does critical peak pricing have anything to do with distribution or production or transmission expenses?
I would say to the extent that transmission and distribution coincide with the critical periods, it provides the same price signal.
What price signal is that?
On critical peak days, the price for the on-peak period is, stretching my memory here, is approximately 25 cents per kWh, and on other days, the on-peak price is approximately 15 cents on peak.
Right, but I'm asking about the correlation. How
I'm sorry.
are real-time LMPs correlated to embedded distribution, transmission, and production expenses?
Well, and I was saying to the extent that the peaks of transmission and distribution assets are correlated with the LMP, which for transmission I think that's a pretty strong correlation, and for distribution, it would be a much more in-depth discussion. Yeah, to the extent that those are correlated with the LMP numbers, yes, they coincide, is what I'm saying, is that they would be providing the same price signal because, they're not disaggregated rates. It's a time of use base rate. And disaggregated in
What is
terms of we're not sending separate prices signals for distribution, transmission, generation.
What's the benefit of sending a LMP price signal in relation to embedded expenses?
Well, we use LMP as guidance for the ratio between the different periods of time, on peak, off peak, discount, and critical peak.
Yeah, but you're doing
So
it just.
we use that information just to get some input into what the different magnitude of each period should be.
Right, but you're not incurring any additional distribution, transmission, or production expenses, fixed, relatively fixed, or we'll say fixed in the short term expenses as a result of those peaks. And you're not reflecting in that cost the amount that you would be avoiding for those costs. You're just recovering a greater percentage of those expenses in those peak times, right?
We are providing a price signal consistent with those peak periods to say that it is more expensive to provide service during this period of time.
Right, but so you keep saying price signal and service is more expensive, but in real time, your distribution, transmission, and fixed production expenses do not vary based on LMP, correct?
Correct. We're trying to recover a fixed revenue requirement, but I thought the question you were asking was,
I think you've
how do
answered-
we provide?
I think you've answered my question there, Mr. Sailors. The purpose of CPP is to recover a fixed revenue requirement. And it takes into account.
While sending price signals for the different time periods. I mean, I guess I'm confused about the question as you're saying, the higher price signals on peak periods wouldn't provide some type of signal to customers going forward that, they should conserve energy during on-peak periods.
Okay. So you have a set revenue requirement. Let's take a step back. You've supported an increased customer charge in a number of rate cases in the past. Would you agree?
Yes,
Okay. And why is that?
because the cost of service study suggested that our customer component was higher than our current customer charge.
Okay. And under the proposal that the customer charge and those expenses that form the customer charge are fixed in nature. Is that correct?
Correct.
And that they
I mean,
don't
that's-
vary, and that they don't vary based off of usage. Would you agree?
Correct. The
And-
customer component that was provided by the cost of service study was for the test period in, I believe, the cases that you're referring to. And we were looking to collect those through the customer charge.
And insofar as a customer used more or less in any given month, the argument was that those fixed expenses do not increase or decrease based on that usage. Would you agree?
For that customer charge, yes.
Well, for those expenses, forget the customer charge.
Yes.
The underlying expenses that are included in the embedded cost of service study that Mr. Zilkowski would support. Is that right?
Correct.
Okay.
Yes.
For those embedded customer-related expenses, those fixed customer-related expenses you were just discussing, compare those to poles and transformers. for those embedded expenses, do those vary in a between rate cases based off of customer usage, or are those fixed in nature?
So I'm not the cost of service witness. I'm struggling to, the information that's provided to me, oh gosh, I think it's a minimum system. I don't know if I can answer that question fully, because I believe our cost of service study expert uses a minimum system approach, and I'm not sure I would can
But-
explain exactly what
And
that
I'm
is.
I'm just asking if I use more electricity in, let's just say I use 10% more in a given month, the cost to send me a bill didn't go up, right?
Correct.
The transformers, the embedded cost of the transformers didn't go up, right?
There is a
Right.
revenue requirement that we're trying to collect for that test period, correct?
The embedded cost of, say I was a Duke Electric customer, E-spin didn't go up. Would you agree?
I don't know what happens at each spend on a regular basis to know if.
Well, you're not building another unit there based off my 10% increase in usage month to month. If it goes up 10 and then back down to 10, I've not driven any fixed expenses that will be recovered over a 5, 10, 15, or 20-year period. Is that your understanding?
There's variable O&M that I'm not exactly sure what's included in that, and I know that there's changes that happen at the power plants from time to time, but those would be investments. So I think what you're asking is, between rate cases, if you just use one more kWh, does that affect the fixed costs? Well, by the definition of fixed costs, no, I would have to say, correct, it wouldn't affect the fixed costs, but I guess whatever variable costs there would be impacted.
So if you're looking at a critical peak pricing on covering these embedded expenses, and you're recovering the amount of embedded expenses that you recover through the rate based exclusively off of increases in LMP, which is real-time demand electricity across a security-constrained economic dispatch RTO wide, and you're comparing that to a peak time rebate where you're attempting to prove cost effectiveness by saying that the cost to administer the program as compared to the cost that you are avoiding from running the program. If you compare those two, I get that there are going to be lots of comparisons, like the fact that they both have to be filed in a tariff, or that they both apply to the same utility. But in terms of what you do, is the only real comparison between the two programs, or the similarity, is that they both are applied during defined peak events?
Mr. Chairman, could you repeat that question?
Yeah. Is the only similarity between critical peak pricing and peak time rebate is that they both apply a rate during determined peak events?
That would be a major similarity, yes. Let me think if I can answer that more distinctly for you. The only similarity, there's certainly, you said, we're ignoring all the other similarities, like, well, they're both time-based rates, things like that.
The obvious stuff, right? That they both
yes,
apply to Duke
yes.
Energy, those kind of things, yeah.
Right. Well, I can say this: the peak time rebate, the only price signal sent is during the critical peak events. That's the only time we're sending the price signal, if you will, or the credit. It's saying to customers, you can earn a credit on your bill during those critical peak events. So to that extent, those are similar. Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
And
And
then
that
so-
would be the similarity.
And
between
so
the
you
two.
guys are proposing in the rate case to couple a time of use and a CPP, right?
What was the first one?
It
Certainly,
sound-
we're proposing a CPP, correct?
But it's not. Is it just CPP, or is there a time of use rate component as well?
Oh, right. It's a time of use rate with on-peak, off-peak, and discount periods, and critical peak pricing
Okay. But-
period as well.
But just, that's why I asked it. I catch my question, and just the difference between the CPP portion of that and the PTR portion is really just, the comparison is really just the fact that it applies to peak events. You could also pair a peak time rebate with the time of use rate, right?
You could. Say.
Yeah, okay. Sorry, Mr. Cook. Actually, Mr. Cook, we think we can fix our camera situation if we take a 5 to 10 minute break. I've been told we're up to reset the system.
Okay.
Since I've interrupted you, this is an easy pause that we can take, Mr. Cook. So we'll take let's take a 15-minute break, our first break, and we will come back at 10:40, and then you can continue.
Thank you, Chairman.
All right, we're adjourned, or we're taking a recess. We're back on the record in case number, oh, you're muted. Hold on one second. We're back on the record in case number 2022-00251. Mr. Sailors, you still there?
I am. Are you able to hear me?
We can hear you. Just give 1 second for your camera to start working.
Okay. And I do not believe I have video capability still, but hopefully you can see me.
There we go. All right, Mr. Cook, would you like to continue?
Thank you, sir. Yes. I'll just continue, Mr. Saylor, and again, just speak up if you're not able to hear me or if you want me to repeat a question. So
Certainly.
getting back to the comparison and contrast of the PTR to the CPP, do you think that from a customer perspective, it might discourage customers interested in signing up for the PTR if they confuse it with the critical peak pricing rate?
I don't believe I have any information to be able to answer that question. First, I think it's assuming that they'd be confused between the, as we've talked about, two very distinct offers, and whether that would inhibit them from signing up or not, I do not know.
Okay, thank you. Has Duke set a participation target or goal for the CPP rate?
No, one has not been set.
Okay. Would it be accurate to conclude that customers would pay a higher rate under the CPP than they would under the PTR?
I do not believe that's accurate to conclude.
Okay. Under the PTR, participating customers are rewarded for using less energy during peak times, correct?
Correct.
Okay. Would it not therefore be accurate to call the, well, let's strike that question. Which do you think customers will end up preferring more, the PTR carrot or the CPP stick?
Again, the carrot and stick, well, I do not know at this time. We have clear indication that PTR has a response rate of about at 1.5% when marketed to customers that have provided the company with an email. Now, the CPP is unknown at this time. It is geared towards and targeted at customers that are, adopting all this technology, the Wi-Fi thermostats, the electric vehicles. You can include rooftop solar in there. All programs that are becoming very popular, and to the extent that customers can leverage this technology over time, that could be quite attractive to customers. I think I should also mention, the rate comparison tool that the company will be, enabling, hopefully in the near future. I know it's scheduled for May. Of course, the CPP rate won't be available in May, but that will allow customers to actually see on the web a comparison over the past 12 months of how much their savings might be under the critical peak pricing rate.
Now, the participation rate is a critical factor for the PTR, is it not?
It is one factor. I think in general, if we're talking about cost effectiveness, yes, it's a matter of benefits versus costs. Correct. And certainly the lower we can make the costs or the higher we can make the benefits, the better in terms of cost effectiveness.
Right. So we discussed earlier about how a higher participation rate will lead to more demand response, correct?
In a gross number, absolutely, yes.
Okay. Now, reduction in demand during PTR critical peak events is another critical determinant of the PTR success, is it not?
Let me repeat that to make sure I heard you correctly. Reduction, the amount of load reduction during events. Is that the focus of the question?
Yes. Uh-huh.
Okay, and I apologize. Can you just repeat the whole question so I
Okay.
understand?
Reduction in demand during critical peak events is another critical determinant of the PTR program's success, is it not?
That is certainly one of the key benefits of the program.
Okay. Now, could you turn to the EM&V again at beginning of page 73, and just let me know when you're there.
Sure. Okay, I am in Appendix E, page 73 of 83.
Correct, okay. And then, do you see on page 73, table 4-30?
Yes, I'm enlarging it as we speak so I can see it better. Yes, I see the table.
Okay, and then continuing over onto the next page, table 4-31.
Yes, there is a table there, 4-31.
Okay, and isn't it true that these tables provide a list of 18 for-profit and nonprofit utilities other than Duke Kentucky that offer a PTR program, together with descriptions of PTR program characteristics and marketing?
These were programs that the EM&V vendor researched and found to compare to the PTR pilot. Correct.
Thank you. Did Duke or its EM&V consultant or you contact the managers of any of these PTR programs to obtain program participation rates?
The EM&V vendor did contact several. I am at a loss to say which ones. I believe he concentrated on the IOUs. I know they talked to BG&E. I can't confirm whether they talked to ComEd, but I think they did, and also the California utilities he was very familiar with.
Okay, so from what I'm hearing, it sounds like you yourself did or did not contact any of these people.
Within the last 2 years, I have not talked to any of the listed utilities, no.
Okay, but the EM&V contractor spoke with a few of them.
Correct.
Okay. Let's turn now, since we're in that section of the EM&V, let's go to page 77.
Okay. On page 77, I see table 4-32, summary
reading
of
my mind
PTR
again.
program results. Okay.
Yes. And this table shows the peak time demand reductions from various PTR programs, correct?
Yes.
Given the critical importance of PTR participation to program success, can you explain why Duke or its consultant secured the demand reductions from these programs, but not the participation rates from all of these programs?
I can't answer why the EMAV vendor did not put a column on here for the participation rates.
Okay.
I don't want to say confidently that they collected that information. So, no.
Okay. Thank you. Could you pull up your rebuttal testimony, and I'll give you a moment to do that. Just let me know when it's ready.
looking for it right now.
Okay, you have it?
I'm sorry, I'm trying to find it. I found it. It's opening right now. Okay, I have it open.
Great, okay. Can you turn to page 8 and let me know when you're there?
And would that be 8 of 21 or the page numbered 8 in the testimony?
I believe it's the page number in the testimony. It's not the Adobe Reader PDF
Okay.
pagination.
I am there on page 8.
All right, and at line 18, can you read the sentence that starts with, "There is no basis"?
Oh, would you like me to read the question as well?
Sure, you can.
Do you agree that a break-even participation rate of 8%, as described by Mr. Alvarez, is achievable? Answer. There is no basis, given the PTR pilot program results, to believe that an 8% participation rate is achievable. The company has suggested termination of the pilot to reassess the design. The program is not close to being cost-effective as it is currently implemented.
Okay, thank you. Now, do you have with you Mr. Alvarez's testimony?
Ooh, well, let me look.
Or if you don't, I could end up reading something to you from that with the chairman's indulgence.
I have a file called Confidential Pages Alvarez Direct.
Oh, you don't
know
want
if
that,
that's
because I
just
don't
a
want to ask you anything confidential.
Okay. Do not open that one. Got it.
Okay.
Okay. I have Alvarez DSM PTR testimony. Let me open that one. Okay, it is open.
Okay, great. Can you turn to his page 21 and let me know when you're there?
I am on his numbered page 21.
Okay, and at line 16, can you read that passage up to the end of the sentence that carries over onto line 19?
A study examining the impact of different rate designs, offer types, and technology incentives on customer participation in TOU rates offered by 19 utilities included 3 PTR programs. These 3 PTR programs, which the study labels CPR for critical peak rebate, secured 28, 19, and 10% customer enrollment.
Okay, thank
While
you.
all 3, okay.
Yeah, that's okay. Did you examine the study that Mr. Alvarez referenced?
I did read that study, yes.
Okay. Your rebuttal testimony does not address that study, though, does it?
In terms of I believe I do make certain statements about the study in my rebuttal testimony.
Do you know where that occurred, just so we would know?
I would have to go look it up. Let me see here.
And while you're doing that, I should just say, Mr. Saylor, and to the chairman, the Attorney General hopes to introduce that study as an exhibit on redirect with Mr. Alvarez.
But it's an exhibit already in the record?
It is referenced in Mr. Alvarez's testimony at length.
But not included as an appendix or anything?
Right,
I got you, okay.
yes.
Thank you.
Okay. Sorry, there's multiple places where it's talking about the conservation impact. I believe, yeah, I did a search. Let me see if this is the
And I don't want to be unfair to you. That might, while you're on the stand, we could ask it in a post-hearing data request. Because I wasn't my intent to put you on the spot, and if that's going to take too much time, I didn't want to do that.
No, I think I just found it.
Oh, okay, all right.
Let's see. I'm trying to figure, it's a rather long paragraph. Okay, it is on site page. Where's the page? Looks like it's on page 6. And the question is simply, do you agree with Mr. Alvarez's estimated enrollment of 20%? And I can read, the answer is somewhat lengthy, but I can read that if you desire.
That's okay, you've pointed us to the site, but I think the point is that in your rebuttal, you did not discuss that particular study, though, did you? You disagreed with Mr. Alvarez's statement, but you didn't cite anything specific in that study, did you? In fact, you said that Mr. Alvarez did
I
not
use-
cite any.
I use a direct quote from the study.
Testifying.
In fact, if I just
Mr.
want to read this is just a very short part
Mr.
of it.
Saylor?
It says,
I'm sorry, this
Oh,
is why,
sorry.
this is why I
Yes.
hate virtual witnesses, by the way.
Oh,
Insofar
sorry.
as you all ever seek to request more, it's impossible for them to hear when there are objections in the room.
You want me to rephrase?
Or just ask one question at a time.
Okay. If I recall correctly, I think your rebuttal criticized Mr. Alvarez for not citing any studies. Am I correct?
I think, no, Mr. Alvarez has cited 2 studies, one relating to conservation impact and one related to participation.
Okay. I think that's fine, Chairman. I can move on. Now, the people.
Objection,
Oh.
Your Honor. Sorry, the witness was attempting to answer where he did discuss the study, and he does in fact discuss the study. And could we please let him respond in full?
Did you withdraw the 2 initial questions, Mr. Cook?
Yes.
Okay. All right. Do you have an additional answer, Mr. Sailors?
Honestly, Mr. Chairman, I lost track of where we were. I can read the quote I took directly from the study, if so desired, but I'm not sure exactly where we're at the moment.
He doesn't know. If he doesn't know what the answer to the question that was asked,
If I may, Your Honor, the witness had pointed to page 6 where he discusses the study that Mr. Cook had asked about, and I would just like to let him finish his response in terms of what he said about that study.
so you want him to read his testimony again?
If he wants to paraphrase it in his own words or just explain why this part of his
I
testimony.
hope they're in his
addresses
words
it, that's
already,
fine.
but, Mr. Sailors, does that make sense?
It does, and like
So let
you
me
said,
ask this- let me
we
ask
pointed
the
to the
question.
spot where,
Let me ask the question, Mr. Sailors, to fix it. What do you say about Mr. Alvarez's support on the issue?
I simply say that 20% is not supported in the study. And in fact, the study has a quote saying that, you could probably expect 5%, maybe even plan for 10%, but 20% would be some, under ideal situations that apparently I'm suggesting don't exist in Kentucky.
Mr. Cook?
Thank you, Chairman. Now, the PTR program had a research extension for the summer of last year, isn't that correct?
That is correct. Yes, the company proposed that in a DSM amendment filing.
And that was to study the impact of increasing the per kilowatt hour credit from 60 cents to $1.20, isn't that correct?
That is correct.
Okay. Now, has Duke received the new EM&V report pertaining to this research extension segment?
I did contact the EMAV vendor and asked them when we would be receiving that. They do not have the final report available, but they said they had preliminary results, and they sent me a memo with those results in them.
So can I clarify, this is the study that is supposed to be received in August?
We said correct. It was supposed to be received in Q1 this year. They haven't got it quite finished yet, and we would file that in the August DSM amendment filing. Correct.
Hold on a second, I guess I want to make sure I'm clear.
Yeah.
So you're going to get it, you were supposed to have already received it, because Q1 is over this week. But you haven't gotten it yet, but you have a memo and preliminary things, but you previously were going to inform the commission about it in August, is that right?
My understanding, and I might want to defer this question to Mr. Duff, but for the DSM process is that we formally file EM&V results in the August DSM filing. We certainly could share that at an earlier time.
All right, I'll save my questions.
I'm just wondering, I guess, direct to the chairman, would it be helpful if the company could file it as into the record of this case? It'd probably be a post-hearing document, if that would be helpful to the commission.
You asking me that, or are you asking Mr. Sailors if it would be helpful? Because
Asking
I'll
the
just
chair.
tell you, filing something into the post-hearing doesn't do us much good, because we have no ability to weigh the evidence or determine its veracity or ask cross-examination on it,
Okay.
if we're not getting it until between the time that effectively the record is closed and we have to make a decision.
Okay.
You're
I-
more than welcome to ask for it.
Yeah.
The second part of your question, Mr. Cook, was, will it be a benefit to the commission? I can only speak for myself on that issue, that, at least in relation to this case, no.
I guess I will ask as a post-hearing data request and I'll do it in writing at the appropriate time, to be submitted when it's available.
Yes, yes, and Mr. Cook, in your honor, we would be willing to provide that in response, when the EM&V report is finally available, to provide it in response to a post-hearing data
Thank you.
request.
Okay. Mr. Sailors, are there any indications that the EM&V for this research extension, we're talking about the new upcoming EM&V, will show any significantly greater conservation by participants who receive the $1.20 per kilowatt hour incentive as opposed to the 60-cent level?
And let me please address the word conservation. When I think of conservation, I'm thinking about, across the year, a person conserved. But the event impacts, the load impacts during the events, I can say that the result in the preliminary memo is that there was no statistical significant difference. There was, if I remember these numbers correctly, 0.25 for the $1.20 group and 0.22 kW per participant for the 60-cent group. And that was in line with the original pilot results, where there were higher results in year one than in year two.
Thank you. If the company were to make PTR available to any willing customers, would this not open up the possibilities of utilizing social media and other mass media marketing?
In terms of it was available to any customer at all that might receive those mass media messages, you could use mass media if everyone was eligible.
Okay. Let's turn to the EM&V report we do know about as Exhibit E. Can you turn to page 3 and just let me know when you're there?
I am on page 3 of 83, the executive summary.
Thank you. And under the heading Overall Findings, can you please read that first sentence?
The heading overall findings. Okay, first sentence. The pilot evaluation has produced a large amount of information that can help guide decision-making regarding future similar offerings to a broader population of customers.
Okay, thank you. And then one page over, page 4, could you turn there?
I'm there.
Okay. And listed there are the research questions. And do you see
Oh,
the
yes, sir.
question? Okay. Do you see the question that is, was the marketing campaign successful?
I do.
Okay. Can you read the second sentence under the column entitled Results?
Yes, the initial goal was to recruit 800, oh, I'm sorry, second sentence. In approximately 2 weeks, 899 participants enrolled.
Is there a sentence that starts the lack of any perceived downsides?
Yeah, that would be the third sentence.
Okay, could you read that?
The lack of any perceived downsides for participation was cited as an important factor by participants.
Okay, thank you. On that same page, under the second question, does the company agree with these findings that average amounts conserved by participants in the summer of 2020, that was 1.52 kilowatt hours per participant per CPE on average, and then in the summer of 2021, 0.56 kilowatt hours per participant per CPE on average?
Across the 4 hour, yes, those are the 4 hour numbers, correct?
And the company agrees with those?
Those are the results of the EM&V vendor, yes, and we adopt those.
Okay, thank you. Now, can you turn to page 6?
I'm at page 6.
Okay, at table 1-2, do you see that?
I do.
Beneath that table, could you read that first bullet point?
I'm sorry, I hit page down instead of scroll down. Hold on just a second. Okay, first bullet point. Statistically significant load impacts were detected across all 3 event seasons and 2 program years, though impact varied by season and customer type.
Okay, thank you. And then turning to page 8, just let me know when you're there.
I'm there.
In the second bullet point, could you read that first sentence into the record?
The second bullet point under event response or under program satisfaction?
I believe it is the sentence that reads, most of the participants responded.
Okay.
Yeah, go ahead.
Absolutely. Most of the participants responded that they did take action to reduce electricity usage during the events. In parentheses, 75% in the winter event and 81% in the summer events. Did you want just the first sentence?
Yeah, just that alone.
Okay.
Thank you. Isn't it true that the company's main concern here is that based on the California test, known as the Total Resource Cost Test, as a DSM program, the PTR has not proven to be cost effective?
Correct. The company's main concern is that it has not tested out to be a cost-effective program, and it's unclear if it will at some point in the future.
Okay. Could you turn to the response to commission staff's first data request? And just let me know when you're there.
The first set?
Yes, uh-huh.
Okay, thank you. Staff 01001. It's opening now.
Okay. And then in the first item, just let me know when you're there.
Okay, it is open. I am at Part A.
Okay, yes, in subpart A there, do you see where the company responded in part that no other Duke service area currently offers peak time rebate, which restricts the ability to allocate or reduce the cost of the program through appropriate allocation of applicable costs? Do you see that?
I do.
Okay. Will any of Duke's other operating utilities in other states be adopting the PTR program, or perhaps a similar program?
I am not aware of a plan at this time for the adoption of PTR in any of the other service territories. There has been a implementation of critical peak pricing in 5 of the other service territories.
Okay. Is it not true that whether this program continues as the DSM program or as a regular tariffed program, the company will recover its costs, whether through the DSM surcharge or in base rates?
I don't
Objection
believe that
calls
is
for
true.
Speculation and a future legal conclusion.
I'm sorry, I don't understand the objection. The whether or not the,
Whether or not the company will recover costs in the future.
Okay.
Or how, I mean, we're proposing to terminate the program. Mr. Cook is asking if the company will recover costs in presumably future proceedings that haven't been filed.
I guess I could rephrase, Your Honor, that isn't it the company's goal to recover its costs, whether through the DSM surcharge or in base rates?
would you like to withdraw the question?
Yes.
Okay.
So, Mr. Sailors, let me just ask you, is it the company's goal to recover its costs for this program? If it's a DSM program, then it would be through the DSM surcharge, or if it's a tariff program through base rates, would that be the goal?
I would expand on your question.
Okay.
Well, I'll answer your question this. I don't think I can expand on your question. In the DSM framework, I think the company's goal is, having a program beyond a pilot. We would want to recover our costs and have it as part of the shared savings mechanism, as any of the other cost-effective DSM programs, assuming that PTR could possibly become cost-effective at some point. In terms of a tariff program, we would certainly want to, ask for those adjustments that may occur in terms of the incentive recovery, cost to run the program, et cetera, and if we needed to make adjustments in a test period rate case filing, such as that, that would certainly, we would certainly want to do that.
Okay. If the company wanted to attain a higher PTR program participation rate, would it not be logical to allow current participants to continue into the new program which Mr. Alvarez recommended in his testimony?
It would be logical in terms of if there was an expectation or an anticipation that the program could become cost effective. And I think in the absence of that expectation, the question is whether it is simply a research project that should be supported. And the company has obviously taken the position to terminate and reassess.
Would not, excuse me, would not allowing current participants to continue in the program reduce recruiting costs?
If the program was brought back in the future, yes.
And would not allowing them to continue tend to mitigate any potential dissatisfaction with the program?
It would, but I think it's a trade-off between, the program's annual expenses of $200,000 under a non-cost-effective framework versus those, marketing costs to re-recruit the customers in the future.
Would not allowing them to continue mean that they could recruit new participants since they were already exhibited a great willingness to recommend it to other customers?
Could you repeat that question to make sure I understood what exactly you're asking?
Would not allowing the current participants to continue into the future program mean that they could recruit new participants given their already expressed willingness to recommend it to other customers?
Oh, so you're asking about like word of mouth advertising,
uh-huh.
marketing?
Right.
Okay, yeah, certainly if they were in the program currently, or if we re-recruited them in the future, certainly word of mouth would potentially increase participation. Yes.
Okay. Now, I'd like for you to turn to,
Hold on one second, Mr. Cook. I'm
sure.
gonna ask if, we've got the audio situation, if we can move that back to the other screen in the room back there. Thank you. Mr. Cook.
okay.
Do I need to adjust something, Mr. Chairman?
Nope, you're great, Mr. Sailors.
We just had a technical issue.
Oh, okay.
But it's resolved. So earlier you had opened the company's responses to the commission's first data request. Could you turn there again? Just let me know when it's up.
That would be staff DR 01001.
Actually, I want you to turn to item 7.
Oh, okay. Hold on a second.
Now, in this one, there was
I'm
part
sorry,
of the
give me just a
response.
second.
While you're looking, part of that response did contain confidential information. I'm not going to ask you anything confidential, okay? I'm just going to keep it
Okay.
to the public, all right?
Okay.
On the last page of the response, at page 4, are you there?
I am there.
Okay. Do you see where the company states that it is agreeable to do the first phase of the eSource research proposal, assuming the commission
I see it.
grants approval?
Yes. Yes, I see it.
Okay. Is the company still agreeable?
The company is agreeable to do additional research if the commission believes that doing additional research is warranted. We don't believe the program is cost effective, and that is the reasoning behind our recommendation. But if the commission finds it promising to do additional research, yes, we would be willing to do so.
And would this be as a new DSM program, a new pilot program, or how would that be characterized?
Since our recommendation is to terminate and then reassess, the process, from my understanding, would be if that were approved, that the program would be terminated. We would go through some period of time to come up with different alternatives, opportunities, redesigns of the program, and then submit those in a future DSM amendment filing, an August filing, to suggest the return of PTR if we found it reasonable to expect it to be cost effective.
Okay. Now, can you tell me whether Duke could email all of its customers a link to the PTR program description And the registration page, once or twice a year, is that technically possible?
It is.
Okay,
Well, I'm sorry. Let me rephrase. It is possible to email all customers who have provided Duke an email address.
okay, thank you. Now, if the commission orders expansion to a full program, will Duke commit to this type of promotion?
Objection, Your Honor. That's really asking Mr. Sailors to commit, to make a legal commitment to how a future program would be operated is not something.
I don't know if it's a legal
on this
commitment,
proceeding.
is it? And I guess I don't know the basis for an objection on a legal commitment. What's the concern with the question?
I think the question is, will he now on the stand commit to, taking certain measures in a future program? And I don't think that he's in a position to do that. He can opine on how it might or might not.
But isn't that his ability to, I guess, I don't understand the difference between Mr. Saylor saying whether he's in a position answering to that effect versus the need to object to the question.
Well, I understand the word commit as the company would commit to take a certain action in the future. And that's different than his opinion, expert opinion testimony on what might work or might not work or be an effective measure or not an effective measure.
I mean, if he's in a position that he cannot answer that, I think that's his ability to answer that. So if Mr. Saylors is not able to answer that on behalf of the question, or on behalf of the company, I think he has the ability to respond accordingly. Mr. Saylors, would you like the question asked again?
Yes, please.
Mr. Cook?
Okay. Would Duke commit to this type of promotion? This is, again, the emailing to customers, a link to the PTR program description and the registration page once or twice a year.
But was there something more to that question, Mr. Cook? Because
If the
I
commission,
think I missed that part.
assuming the
Okay.
commission orders expansion to a full program. So it's all based on,
I think I understand. I will say this, unless there is some legal issue that would prevent us from doing so, I think the company always tries to respond to the commission's orders. I will stop short of saying commit with that caveat.
okay. And further in line with, again, the qualification, I'm going to ask you several questions, okay? And these are all based on the assumption that the commission would order expansion to a full program, okay?
Well, I'm gonna stop you there though, Mr. Cook.
Okay.
I don't know what benefit there is for you to go through a hypothetical and then ask Mr. Saylors whether or not, if the commission does this, whether the company will do that. I don't think it's an appropriate use of time, because I think it's contingent
Okay.
on commission approval for something that's not even, as I understand it, in front of the commission.
All right, okay. Thank you, Chairman. With that, I think that's all the questions I have for the witness.
Mr. Frederick, do you have any questions?
Just a couple, Your Honor, thank you. Good morning, Mr.
Oh, I'm sorry, whoever was talking, I can barely hear you. Is there some way to get closer to the microphone, maybe?
Is your microphone green or red?
It's green.
Okay. Actually, I don't know if that's good or bad these days.
It used to always turn red when they were on.
That's why I'm saying, the green was bad and red was good for whatever reason. Mr. Saylors, can you hear the council now?
If she talks louder, I think I can make it out, yes.
Good morning, Mr. Sailors, can you hear me?
Good morning.
Okay, just a couple questions. Mr. Cook pretty much stole my show. He asked everything that I had anticipated asking, except for just a couple of things. Can you tell us, historically, could Duke Kentucky have met its fixed resource requirements without DSM programs?
Historically, could we have met our fixed resource requirement without DSM programs? Was that the question?
That was the question.
Oh, wow, that is much better.
Yeah, we fixed our microphone.
Okay. Okay. I believe I'd like to defer that question to Mr. Swez. I do not know the specifics of the history of whether we could have or could not have. I know we use them in our fixed resource requirements, but I'll stop there.
Okay, weather forecasts notwithstanding, would the day-ahead market alert Duke, Kentucky of a pending peak event the day before the event?
I'm sorry, I'm trying to interpret your question, but the day-ahead market would give us indication about whether a peak event would be needed. But, you know, we do our day-ahead forecasting of load, and we try to call events, you know, the day ahead. So if those forecasts are accurate, and turn out to be accurate, yes, day ahead gives us quite a bit of information.
Would it be in Duke, Kentucky's discretion to label that day and that was identified in the day-ahead market as a peak time event for the PTR program?
Could you maybe rephrase that question? I'm not sure I understand. I'm not sure I understand it.
Okay. If the day-ahead market indicates that what Duke, Kentucky would consider a peak time event is going to occur the next day, would it then be in Duke, Kentucky's discretion to label that day or a portion of that day as a peak time event in the PTR program?
Correct. I believe you've accurately described how the events are called, and we notify customers the day ahead for such an event. Yes.
The application in this proceeding indicates that there are times when Duke, Kentucky might notify its customers with as little as 1 hour notice of a peak event. Could you explain the scenario when that would occur, the 1 hour notification?
Well, we talked a little bit or touched on one potential reason why, and that's for missed forecasts. If it turns out to be much hotter or much colder than originally forecast, there would not be that day ahead input. System emergencies are also a situation that we would want to respond to using our demand response programs. And system emergencies are not always, while it is quite reasonable to assume that they occur, you know, somewhat connected with the weather, they are also connected with generator availability, and there might be an outage that might cause, you know, the need for, you know, the use of the program in a shorter period of time.
Okay. Just a couple questions about text messaging. Again, we're going to revisit that. What would it cost for Duke, Kentucky to send mass text messages to everyone who's enrolled in the PTR program currently?
I don't believe I have calculated that number.
Okay. Has Duke, Kentucky calculated the cost to send mass text messages footprint wide?
No.
Okay. Thank you. Your Honor, I have no further questions.
Commissioner?
Yeah, and I'm not sure that you're able to answer this question, but is there a reason why Duke is not using the text message?
We actually are using the text messaging. It's an option for customers, and they can specify a number, and that's what we were talking about earlier when we said when the customer, the recruitment to join the program was all done via email. And so when the customer enrolled in the program, we respond to them saying, welcome to the program. If you would like to receive text messages, here's a link, go to this site and specify your notification preferences. And that gave them the option to specify, I think, up to 3 different text numbers and 3 different email addresses that we would, communicate to all of those options.
Why did Duke take the position that it would be an option and not a requirement just when you're enrolling? Where you get email and text together?
Well,
I'm
I
just
think the
trying to
most direct
understand
answer to
the
that
thought,
is that,
yeah.
as part of the settlement, we agreed to do email marketing, and that was what was specified in the pilot program.
But if we were trying to increase the participants, then wouldn't Duke try to notify?
I
More
think
people?
I know we don't have as many text numbers as we do email address. I don't know the exact numbers of that. But I also don't have the input as to say how many people would join if we said you were required to provide a text number versus email. So I'm not sure I can answer your question.
But we'll never know now, right?
In terms of what, Mr.
Well, so
Chairman?
you're counterfactual there. You said, we don't know how many we would have gotten had we required people to sign up by text to begin, but now we'll never know. Is that fair? I mean, it's an impossible comparison to make, because that ship has already sailed.
Because we didn't require it. I see what you're saying. All we asked them, we gave them the option to specify a text number, correct?
No, I appreciate
Yeah,
that,
I'm
but,
just-
yeah, sorry,
That's
Commissioner,
okay.
I just, go ahead. I'm
No,
sorry.
that's fine, I'm good. Thank you.
Oh, you're welcome.
Mr. Sailors?
Hit there's a thing at the front of it, right
Yes.
there you go.
There we go. Mr. Sailors? Can
Yes.
you hear me now?
I can.
Hi. So my question, I guess, is more to the practical effect of if we grant what you're asking.
Can I ask, who is speaking?
Sorry, Vice Chairman Angie Hatton, can you see me?
Oh, no, my video has never worked, so no, I can't see you, but thank you for
Okay.
identifying yourself. Thanks.
Sorry, yes. I'm the newest commissioner, Vice Chair Angie Hatton. And I apologize for assuming that you could see me and knew who was asking you a question. My question is about the practical effect if the commission were to grant what you're asking. You're asking to terminate a program that my understanding was supposed to be 2 years from July of 2020 to July 22, but it got delayed because of COVID, and so we're not finished with the 2-year study, but you're asking to terminate it now. And so from what I'm hearing, the program was popular with the customers who signed on. It reduced usage and peak time, but it's not cost-effective because of the participation rate. Is that accurate?
Well, and let me reference a couple other things in your question, if I can. The program was originally supposed to start June 1st, 2020, but COVID did come along, and we didn't get it launched until late July. So it has run a full 2 years, a little bit over, and we are recommending termination because of the cost effectiveness. Participation is one of the elements that could contribute to the cost effectiveness score. The main things is, in a very general sense, as earlier, it's just simple in a simplified manner. It's benefits divided by cost. So any of the benefits that we can increase or any of the costs that we can decrease could impact the cost effectiveness score.
Okay, so from the testimony I've heard today, the main objective here, or your main objection, was that the 20% participation rate was not possible, and the studies that I showed that participation of 20% would have made this quite cost effective. Am I mischaracterizing what your reason for finding it not cost-effective is? Is it not participation level?
The not cost-effective, the 20% number, was simply unsupported by the pilot. My position is that I'm relying on the information that we gathered from the pilot mainly. I mean, it was direct information with Kentucky customers. We emailed all of them that we had an email address for, and we received 1.5% participation. It's an uncertainty for me to extend that and say that we would go from 1.5 to 20 by simply emailing customers more often, asking them to join. So yes, that is my main objection. But when you say is that the only objection, I think that you have to consider, well, we could, if you could increase the impacts that customers give, that might help cost effectiveness as well. Or if you can reduce the costs, that might help as well. That's why I was hesitating on the participation number. But
So-
you are correct.
So, I mean, if this study is ineffective, it's not cost-effective at the participation level. We knew that when we started it. Or when you started this, you knew you had a 1.5% participation level. So I'm wondering, if we determine that it's not cost-effective at this participation level, and if we did terminate it for that reason, what's the practical effect of that? Are you just trashing the program? Or, I mean, you said that you wanted to terminate to reassess the design.
Well, I think you might, I can't say that we knew that it was going to be not cost effective at 1.5%. We recruited to get a statistical sample, and we wanted to see how much load reduction was provided. If customers, instead of 0.14 kW per hour, instead, let's say they reduced 2.0 kW per hour, it certainly would have been cost effective. So that would have been a different result and a different recommendation. So I think the unknown was, well, what was the load reduction that customers would provide from this program? And so that was, the main reason behind the pilot, to see, what were the results.
Okay. So the practical effect, though, would be that the program is just over unless we order you to make changes and start again.
Correct. The settlement that created the program was worded such that we would continue to run the program until the commission provided an order on our recommendation. And our recommendation in this proceeding is to terminate.
All right, thank you.
Okay.
Taking a step back, Mr. Sailors, you oversee or are involved in a number of DSIP programs, is that right?
In the past, I was involved in quite a few demand response programs.
Yeah.
Actually, I'm limited towards rate design now, so I'm involved with rate design pilots that might be considered DSM programs. Certainly, the PTR pilot being one of them.
Yeah. And ordinarily, do you conduct EM&V at the end of a program? Or at some defined interval of a program?
Would you mind if I defer that question to Mr. Duff about what the regular EM&V schedule is for programs?
Yeah, let me ask it this way. Are you aware of programs in which there's a defined length of the program and that the EM&V is conducted during the program and not at the end of it?
I am not aware of the EM&V of all the other DSM programs outside the PTR pilot.
Yeah, I'm not asking about the universe of things that Duke has done, is doing, is intended doing. I'm just asking in your personal experience. It's all you can answer to. Are you aware of programs in which the EM&V was conducted in the middle of the program as opposed to at the end of it?
I am only familiar with my past experience with EM&V and the pilot, of course, where usually the EM&V was performed after a summer because that was the main impact results that you needed to calculate and find out how the program did after the summer period.
So,
And those were specifically for demand response programs.
you're saying in other peak time rebate or demand response programs, you all did an EM&V after each single season?
Mr. Chairman, I'm sorry, I was only answering as what I'm aware of.
That's all, yeah, I'm
Way back-
only asking you
wait,
for what
okay.
you're aware of, Mr. Sayers. I don't
Okay.
expect you to answer on
Yes.
behalf of anybody else. I'm just asking what your
Okay.
experience has been.
Way back in the day when I was the internal EM&V person for demand response programs, I would calculate load impacts after each summer for the programs that I was associated with. How that schedule has morphed over the years, I would want to defer that to Mr. Duff
Yeah, and
or others.
Yeah, and when you were doing it, did that annual EM&V review, did the cost of doing that annually play into the cost effectiveness of the program?
I don't believe EM&V costs are, this is another DSM specific. I don't believe EM&V costs are included in the cost effectiveness score, but if I could, defer that to Mr. Duff for clarification or to Ms. Adams to verify that.
Yeah, and I'll ask about this current one. I'm just curious, in the DR programs that you were involved in, do you know whether the annual review of the effectiveness was included in the cost effectiveness scores or tests?
I do not. I charge my time to the appropriate programs. I don't know if that time was included in the cost effectiveness scores, 10 years ago, or if it wasn't.
Okay. One thing that I couldn't get from the EM&V study, and I just asking your experience in EM&V, it gave scores between 1 to 10. You remember that for any particular response? It asked people to rate things 1 to 10.
Oh, in the market research survey?
That's right.
Yes.
Okay. And that 1 through 6 were a detractor from the program. 7 to 8 were considered to be passives, and only 9 to 10 were considered to be promoters. Is that your understanding?
That is one way to look at customer responses, correct. I believe the average score was provided as well to give additional information.
Well, that's right, but I asked, in your experience with EM&V, is that interesting to you that 60% of the responses are deemed to be detractors, and a person has to answer as either a 9 or a 10 with a program in order for the program to be determined as, or the score in any particular subject to be a quote promoter?
I see what you're asking. Back in the day when I used to do that kind of stuff, we didn't have promoters and detractors, so I was not familiar. This is a customer satisfaction research concept I believe the company has adopted since I was involved in that, and so I'd probably have to defer that question to. I'm not sure if Mr. Duff would be able to answer or not. I'm a customer satisfaction expert with the company.
Okay. I just find it interesting that you would have to be in the 90th percentile of respondents in terms of your satisfaction to be deemed, I guess, happy with the program. Is that odd to you?
No, I've seen that used before to just show it's a, I don't know if you call it a ratio or not, but it just shows how heavily weighted, there's people that really like it versus that are just mediocre related to it. I think it's a very popular customer satisfaction metric.
So, I guess what I'd ask, an 8 something is somewhere between a passive and a promoter, but in your experience, have you seen responses as high for these type of programs, as high as this program?
ETR programs are notoriously very well liked by customers. There's no arguing that. It is, it's all reward for customers, so they are very well liked. It is not surprising to me to see that it rated so highly.
So one of the items, you going back, I mean, you've got a, given your CV, you've got a fair amount of experience with how utilities work. I'll say it that way, right? You've got a few years' experience as a general matter.
I've been around for a while.
Yeah. And that was really, I've offended a lot of people in my 2.5 years of being on the commission exclusively by citing how long they've been at their entity prior to asking the question. And I only ask it to make sure that the weight is afforded to their response that it deserves, that they've been there a while. In the EM&V, I think it's maybe page 5, but I'm sure you've seen it. One of the items where when people indicate why they didn't respond or whatever the exact response to the question. But the response is something like they feel like they did everything they could. One of the research questions, the result of the research questions was they feel like they did everything they could. Are you generally aware of that response or that perception by a number of
Yes.
consumers?
I think the question was along the lines of what prevented you from, doing more during events. And I think one of the options customers could select was, well, I did everything I could, so I couldn't do anything.
Yeah. I think it's what are the most common reasons participants are giving for not reducing usage during summer and then winter events? And for the summer one, it was we're doing everything we can. Based on your experience and having appreciation for the spatial situation of the utility, do you think that that's necessarily true? Do you think their perception is reality?
That is a tough question to answer, Mr. Chairman. I know some customers in these programs who do just about everything they can up to the point where they'll just shut off their breaker at the breaker box, and they're doing everything they can. And I'm sure there's customers on the other end of the spectrum as well. In general, it's hard to say about where on the spectrum that you're laying out for me, the general customer falls. I know some people do everything they can, and potentially some don't.
Isn't having an appreciation for how customers are responding to these types of programs imperative to having an appreciation for whether they're effective?
Of course, and then that's why we tell customers about, the information that we provide them about, changing your thermostat. It is one of the primary things that you would want to do. It's a large energy consumer during the peak hours that we are having events.
Yeah, so what is the largest use of electricity in an average Duke Energy Kentucky residence during these peak time events?
Well, for individual customers, it's hard to say. HVAC is certainly central air conditioning is a key driver, but you always get the customers or the discussion saying, well, who's the customer that has a kiln in their basement, and are they firing that up, during peak hours? Pool pumps are another large energy use equipment, but they're very much lower saturation. So I believe HVAC, air conditioning, central air conditioning, is the primary largest source.
HVAC's pretty high. Electric stove, electric oven. If a person's using those, pull quite a bit of demand. Would you agree?
Yes, to get it up to, correct, yeah.
Yeah, I mean, not quite an HVAC.
I agree.
Yeah, not quite a HVAC, and even worse than an HVAC, not just a heat pump, strip heating, resistance heating is even worse than a heat pump. Would you agree?
Oh, certainly in the winter,
Yeah.
for a winter event, yeah.
Yeah, and then
Absolutely.
similarly to the oven, electric hot water heater, especially if it's not a heat pump hot water heater. Would you agree? Takes a bit of demand when it's operating.
Yes.
How about lights? There's this perception, and I see it a couple places from customers where they say The majority of participants also reported turning off lights in unoccupied rooms. Would you agree that turning off lights in unoccupied rooms, at least at this level of penetration, has a negligible impact on demand?
The lights are an interesting question. Well, and I can expand this to really any of the items. You know, with PTR, the main item there is a comparison of what you usually do to what you did on the day of the event. And yes, I saw that customers said, well, you turned off lights. And it's easy to check those things off in a survey. But in the middle of the day, you know, how many lights are being used? I always wonder that. I don't have the answer to that question on average. Maybe we do in our DSM, some other DSM information. But correct, if a customer is using a light regularly during peak hours, if they turn them off, it would provide an impact, but it would certainly be much less than, you know, adjusting your thermostat.
If a person has LEDs across their home, the comparison
energy
between
efficient.
not having your HVAC going and having all the lights on in your home versus having your HVAC going and all the lights in your house off, would you agree that the demand for just having your lights on compared to running your HVAC with your lights off is minuscule? I mean, the comparison between the two is night and day.
I believe in general, you could say that. I mean, you always try to caveat yourself on these things, because if you're talking about like winter events, well, customers with, you know, gas heating, okay, well, you have to make sure that that's specified. Okay, well, the gas heat's not really being impacted by this program. So yes, the lights would have a bigger impact because, you know, the gas heat's not going to impact. But yeah, like lights to strip heating, okay, yes, night and day.
But do you feel like it's interesting, knowing that turning off your lights has a negligible impact on demand? Do you find it interesting that that's one of the most common actions participants are taking to reduce their demand during winter events?
I think participants are doing whatever they can perceive will help, you know, earn a credit. And
But that won't
discretionary demand, you know, being lights, you
Yeah.
know, they don't need necessarily a light on.
But I guess that's my question. Do you? I'm just telling you, based on my experience, actually turning off the lights, there may be a perception that's helping reduce demand. But would you agree that that's probably not actually helping? It's certainly not hurting, but it's probably not resulting or quantifying any actual amount at the end of the day.
I think, there is some amount of electricity that obviously is reduced by turning off a light, but yes, you know, in terms of earning a 60 cents per kWh credit, you know, it would probably be less than certainly adjusting your thermostat, yes.
Are you aware that most utilities have gotten rid of their, you know, free light bulb programs that are related to DSM?
I have heard about that, yes.
And is it your understanding that that's almost exclusively because whatever savings there were is eroded because there's deep penetration with LED lighting anyways? Affordable LED lighting?
That's part of my understanding, correct.
Yeah. Would you agree that it doesn't seem that customers that participate in this may have an appreciation for how little electricity lights use compared to the a significant demand that other appliances use?
I'm not sure.
If that's not your, that's fine, Mr.
You know,
Jones. If that's not your takeaway from the EM&V, that's a fine answer.
I mean, yes, like I said, I think customers, whether they understand exactly the ratio of how much the impact is of a light versus their air conditioner or strip heating, there might be quite a few that don't. But I think in general, customers are doing what they believe they can to you know, reduce their energy consumption to earn the credit.
Right, so, but a big part of this program, or at least it indicates here that these are some of the questions that were supposed to be answered by this, is informing customers of what they're able to do in response to the price signal, right?
And indeed, those were on the website, a list of items that can be done to save energy, yes.
Yeah. So were those provided to the participants in their notifications?
Links were provided in several emails, and certainly upon enrollment, the information was right on the website where the customer went to enroll.
So let me just ask, Mr. Sanders,
The
you,
notifications.
go ahead.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Go ahead.
Mr. Chair.
Finish your, you can't see me.
I'm trying to picture the email for it, the notification email. I think there is a link to the website in the notification emails. I would have to go back and check.
Yeah, so let me get this right. Okay. So you sign up for the program. The website you go to that you have to click through to sign up for the program has savings tips. Is that what you're saying?
Yes.
Okay. When you go in and sign up for the program, you give them all the information that'll be necessary to participate in the program. And then after you signed up for it, if you want them to notify you by message, you have to click through a completely different area and then separately provide your phone number in order to receive updates via text message. And then after you signed up, in order to learn what you can do to save, you have to timely see the email, well, most likely, because only 8.2%, I'm talking generalities here, because only 8.2% of people gave you all their phone number. You have to go to the email, see the email with the notification, click through the link on the email, which will then take you to another website, and that website will then tell you again what are some of the best ways to reduce your demand during the defined time period. Is that right?
If the customer needed the refresh of that information, you described what they would do the day before or the day of event. They would get the notifications the day before through email. They would get a reminder, shortly before the event. And the information when they enrolled is right there for them to use, as well as some information provided in either a phone conversation if they called us or the season changing emails. Yeah, that is correct.
Yeah, I just want to make sure. Nothing I described was inaccurate as you understand the peak time rebate program.
That's correct.
Okay, you've got a demand response background. If Duke runs into a conservation situation, right, where it's getting to the point where, hey, maybe Duke needs to do voltage reductions on its distribution circuits, or it's even considering opening some circuits for a short time period to reduce aggregate demand. Are you aware of whether Duke in those situations has a backstop plan in order to ask customers to voluntarily reduce usage?
I believe there are public requests, and there is a process for that. It's a staged emergency.
Yeah.
I believe Mr. Suez could probably, give you all the different stages, but I don't want to put him on the spot. But at some point in that process, I believe Duke does have a public request for load reduction.
So given your experience in demand response, do you think you would get greater load reduction if you these are the counterfactuals here, right? If you just told people to reduce demand, or you told people to reduce demand and simultaneously told them the best ways to reduce demand?
Well, the load reduction programs, I think that you're asking about, and maybe not, I might be interpreting your question incorrectly, Mr. Chairman, so please, redirect me as needed. But, the effective way, a very effective way that Duke reduces demand is through our direct load control programs, where you don't have to go through the customer to interact to get them to reduce the load. Now, in a PTR environment where you don't have that device on site, you're just asking the customers to do what they can. Very different program. But yes, if you're suggesting that the customer doesn't understand what they can do, then it would be a help to tell them what they can do. But hopefully, as I've indicated, we've provided considerable information that tells them what they can do to reduce load.
Yeah, I think it was somewhere in there, but you would agree that telling people at the exact same time that you're asking, not telling, informing people at the exact same time that you're asking them to reduce demand, how they can best reduce demand, will reduce, in aggregate, in your experience, more demand than if you just ask to reduce demand.
I'm saying it could, because, it's right there in front of them, as you're suggesting. For those customers who have forgotten, whatever percentage of those customers are that don't remember how to reduce their demand, the information would be right there.
In your experience, do you think that demand reduction requests work better when you're merely asking people to do it versus when you're saying, if you reduce usage right now, I will pay you? Which one do you think would, based on your experience, would result in a greater reduction? If you're just asking people out of the goodness of their heart to reduce their demand, or if you actually pay them for the amount that they reduce it?
I would say in a similar situation, certainly paying them would. I think what you might be asking is, well, in this time period where it's a system emergency, that's a different situation. And it's uncertain how much demand you might get for either one of those. But in a non-emergency situation, I would agree with you that paying people would certainly result in more load reduction than just asking.
Yeah. What are the rate savings from a CPP program projected to be?
Can you define what you mean by rate savings?
Yeah, I'm using that's your quote. Maybe not rate savings, but you were discussing that the cost effectiveness of the peak time rebate program is exclusively based off the savings compared to the cost, right? What are the savings?
Benefits compared to costs, yeah.
Yeah,
Okay.
what are the savings or what are the benefits of the proposed CPP? If we're talking apples to apples here.
Right. Well, what I suggested in my rebuttal testimony is that there is likely a measurable conservation impact from CBP, and that seems unclear and uncertain to me for PTR, because PTR doesn't really provide that conservation signal that I believe CBP does. So that's one benefit. The impact at that time of the critical peaks is also a benefit. Now that would be, we'd have to measure that to see if it was exactly similar in Kentucky, between a CPP and a PTR, but we have the information on the PTR, 0.14 is the number we're using. For CPP as well, you have the on-peak periods, which I'm double counting that because that really is what's driving the conservation. So I'll stop there.
Yeah, so there's with CPP, there's a savings from the conservation signal. Is that right?
Yes.
What are you
in
saving?
Many time of use rates that's been measured.
What are you saving? So any shortfall from CPP, shortfall of the revenue requirement, is proposed to be deferred for subsequent proposal for recovery, correct?
Correct.
So the system's not saving those money as much as taking them from one pocket and putting them in the other. For conservation, you only actually save those costs that are avoidable. Would you agree?
For conservation, you only save those costs that are avoidable. I think on a customer's bill, which in the proposal and in the rate case, we have not specified to take credit for the conservation impact. So that was not proposed. What we are proposing is simply to do a bill comparison between the CPP and rate RS and the amount of savings, the amount of revenues that are reduced from the customer be captured.
But it's the sum of it. You're seeking whatever the revenue requirement shortfall through its implementation will be deferred for subsequent proposal for recovery.
Correct.
So that
Yes.
customer.
What I'm saying is that doesn't include conservation. So if customers actually, like Mr. Alvarez, use 4% in the PTR, he's saying, customers just conserve 4% of the energy. For the CPP, if they indeed conserve 4% of energy, that's not part of what we proposed. Or not what proposing to recover that.
But savings as a result of the CPP are not actual savings. They're an unrecovery, they're costs that don't get recovered from rates in the current time period, but will be proposed to be recovered in a subsequent time period. Insofar as they're system savings, they're fleeting, right? Because you're only avoiding avoidable costs. You can't avoid the revenue requirement amount, right?
That's what we're trying to, right, adjust for, is the reduction in the revenue requirement collection. I think we're back to the conversation we were starting earlier, talking about the embedded costs versus the projected, avoided costs in the future. And there are certainly costs, embedded costs, that we are suggesting that, hey, we want to include these for potential recovery in the future for our revenue requirement reduction experience from the program. But the avoided costs that occur due to the program doing, as a direct result of providing that on-peak price signal and that critical peak price signal, that is not something that's in a DSM framework that we're proposing to recover.
No, I appreciate that. That's helpful.
Okay.
So that's helpful. I want to go back to something I asked earlier with Mr. Cook. And you talk about it most in your rebuttal testimony, which is why I want to come back to it. Is this concern or this expressed concern around free ridership?
Oh, yes.
If a person uses less than what you anticipate, i.e. what you plan for, why do you care what they did to reduce that demand? I'm asking differently. You gave a price signal, a customer used less. So what? That's great, right?
Under that scenario that you just presented, that is great. If they reduce their load from that price signal, the main issue in my rebuttal testimony talking about, and this was an issue identified by the EM&V vendor, is that across the Kentucky base of residential customers, 135,000 accounts. Some number of those accounts are on vacation on any given day, any given week of the year. There's some number of customers who maybe they're staying with relatives or something like that, and they could reduce load. That has nothing to do with the event signal that we provided. That is just a base amount of just behavior that goes on, and what you're doing with the PTR program, especially if you just allow, just freely enroll everyone, not even I'm going below the full program suggested by the Attorney General, but even up to the universal program, you would be paying all those customers that it's just, diversity of demand for going on vacation. And that's what I was kind of describing as well. That's kind of like free ridership. They're not doing any kind of adjustment based on the signal to reduce that day. They just so happen their HVAC system was broken down.
So let me ask this, Mr. Sanders. Are you saying that free ridership is anybody who reduces demand who didn't reduce demand exclusively based on a single notification?
I'm saying that there's a diversity in loads across the customer base on any given day, and that what you're looking to pay for with the incentive is a customer who received that signal and then reduced demand as a result of that.
Okay, so I guess I'm confused then. So you're only looking at the reduction in the short term, i.e. the time period between receiving the notification and the end of the critical period as to whether somebody is a free rider or not. How does that make sense in the sense that with the CPP, for instance, you're wanting to inform customers that electricity is more expensive and less expensive in certain time periods. you said to yourself, so that over time, customers change their behavior. So is it not to the entire system's benefit if when a family goes on vacation in the middle of the summer, that they raise their thermostat to 75 instead of 68? And I guess I'm confused on why that's not a system benefit, that over time, customers have a better appreciation that there are certain times where electricity costs more, and if they reduce their demand, that's a system benefit that they can reap some of the benefits from.
I think you've hit on a key difference between CPP and PTR that maybe I just wasn't explaining well in the past. For CPP, which has, the time of use element in it, and you're faced every weekday, non-holiday, with an on-peak price period. Customers on PTR are not faced with that. It's just the event days. That's the only days they have. So if you conserve on the CPP side, let's say you just always set your thermostat to 70, we'll be silly here for impact. Let's say you usually set your thermostat in the summer to 68 because you like it cold. And you jump on the CPP rate and say, oh, well, I think I'm going to reset my thermostat to 72. And that's just every day, you just adjust it 68 to 72. On CPP, you're saving every day because you're using less energy during that on-peak period. And that's kind of the conservation impact.
So, Mr. Sayers, I'm sorry, I want to
PTR,
clarify. What you're talking about is time of use, not CPP.
But I thought you were comparing the two. I'm sorry.
No, I'm comparing.
Did you not say CPP in your
I
question?
said CPP, but I think you keep getting focused on the specific proposal of time of use CPP, as opposed to just the CPP portion of the proposal. That's what I'm trying to.
I understand.
That was my
Okay,
questions earlier.
okay.
That's my fault for asking confusingly, and that's why I followed up with, wouldn't you agree that a PTR can also be coupled with time of use? I'm trying to compare so I have a better appreciation for the issue of CPP, it's RTS dash time of use dash CPP. Take out the RTS time of use part. I'm just asking about conceptually a critical peak pricing program and a peak time rebate program conceptually.
I understand.
At
Okay.
some point,
Now
the
I'm
price
with you.
signals are the same in that, stick and carrot make the most sense just because colloquially that's what we say, right? Either you pay more when you use in these extreme peak events, or we will pay you to use less during the peak events. The hope is over time you condition, that's a terrible phrase to use in this instance, but I don't have much of a vocabulary, that you condition folks to have an appreciation for that there are going to be times of the year that aggregate demand drives greater investment. And that if, as a system, you can reduce aggregate demand in those discrete time periods, 4, 5, 10 times a year, that greater benefits to the entirety of the system that the benefits to the entirety of the system will outweigh whatever those costs you just avoided are. Would you agree?
I think I understand your question now. Let me answer it this way and see if we're on the same page. For CPP, not time of use, it's just a CPP rate. The customer is exposed to a price and they pay a metered, amount of usage. They pay for what they use at that time, to whatever that CPP rate is. So if they reduce usage during that time, they pay less. If they increase usage, they pay more. With PTR, of course, not quite as economically efficient, because, if the customer decides, oh, I don't want to do anything, well, they're not paying anymore. But if they do decide to reduce, certainly they can earn a credit. So correct, comparing them one to another. CPP is, I agree with you, it's based on an embedded revenue requirement that you're calculating to make sure it's revenue neutral. So all those other the other piece of the CPP, whatever it is, it's lower than it would otherwise be. And the PTR is just the credit that the customer is earning.
So I think this is my last question to you, Mr. Sailors. And it goes back to some of your experience with utility-operated demand response programs.
Okay?
What could be easier for a customer to save money than to be paid an annual amount and be told up to 10 times a year, I'm just making up a program here, right? But up to 10 times a year, we can throttle back your HVAC, right? You enroll once, you get a bill credit on a defined time period of a defined amount, and it's the old Ronco oven, right? You set it, you forget it, you don't have to do anything. You guys are going to do it, right? That is as easy as it gets on one end of the spectrum. And then on the other end of the spectrum, or towards the other end of the spectrum, I could probably come up with a more complicated process where you have to sign up with only one way of communication, email. If you want to use text message, you have to go through a different process to add text message, which only 8.2% of people did. You've got to go through additional steps each time a notification is received by email to be reminded of the easiest ways to reduce your electricity. And you can be notified, you have to take all this action within up to an hour, right? Sometime between the day before or an hour ahead. And for the majority of your all's customers, the person would actually have to go over, be home, never mind, right? Be home probably, and go over and actually change their own thermostat. First off, know that the thermostat is the best way to save electricity, but then go over and change their own thermostat. Wouldn't you agree that the more steps that a customer has to take to save for a program like these DSM programs, that the less likely it is, all things being equal, that they will save?
A lot of things flooded into my mind while you're asking the question. I think in general, the easier it is for the customer, the better. I think on the one hand, you described initially a program like Power Manager or BYOT.
Yep.
And absolutely, Duke has those. And on the other side, it seems like you were describing the PTR pilot, and yes, but a lot of that information that you provided there was part of the pilot. We're learning about what was spotted there. We identified that, well, yes, you could do text messages and make that easier. Company identified that to the EM&B vendor, and they included it in their reports. All of those, in my demand response, there's a couple different types of customers. There's that talking about residential. There's those that will let you have control over their appliances, and those that won't. And I think these two programs are the ends of the spectrum of, well, here, this is a great program for those customers that, control my program, control my HVAC, that's okay, you can do that, I'll let you do that, versus those customers that, okay, I don't want you to have control, I want to decide. I'll do what I want to do, and this is great, thanks for paying me a credit for reducing load when you tell me that you would like me to reduce load. So I think the programs are very different in design in that aspect. And it is easier for customers to reduce load the more you can, help them out. But depending on where you go in that spectrum, you're changing PTR, the settled upon, stipulated pilot that we agreed to run to see if it's cost effective. Versus Power Manager over the other spectrum that is, it's clearly cost effective. We've been running it for a while. We produce those results.
But to that exact point, to the Vice Chair's question earlier, if you now have an appreciation for what worked well and what didn't work well and what you could do better, I just want to make sure I understand. You've done the pilot. You feel like you've done the bare minimum. You know what was good and what was bad about it. And your perspective now is, instead of trying to fix it, your proposal is to get rid of it. Is that right?
We fulfilled the pilot requirements as stipulated, and our proposal is that we do not see any certain fix at this point to make it cost effective. And based on DSM frameworks and well, our DSM experience in Kentucky, we did not want to be on that. Well, I can say, I specifically was suggesting that, well, how can we effectively or legitimately say to continue this program when we don't think it could be cost effective? We
So-
did say that we would continue to do research if that was appropriate, if the commission is interested in having us continue to do research on this program. But it doesn't seem that the commission in previous orders has really been interested in continuing cost ineffective programs.
Well, but there's a distinction between continuing cost ineffective programs and doing experimental or pilot programs to determine subsequent cost, the cost beneficial or cost effectiveness of it. Would you agree?
If there was a one fix that we had good numbers on to say, yeah, this is going to make it cost effective, I agree completely.
Okay.
I
And then-
don't think that it's staring us in the face. though.
And then what's cost effective on the CPP program?
The CPP program is, as we discussed, a very different program that the company is offering an optional rate for customers to select based on their adoption of technologies. It is a revenue neutral program to the current Rate RS.
But
We have not performed a cost effectiveness test for CPP.
and how would
It
you
was not
perform a
proposed.
cost effectiveness test for CPP?
If you were going to go that direction, I guess you would put it under a DSM umbrella and perform EM and V as we've done for the PTR pilot and try to determine if run cost effectiveness testing.
Right, and is that your intention?
That is not what we've proposed.
Okay. All right, hold on 1 second. Just so that we have it as part of this case, Mr. Sailors, can you explain your, trying to use your vocab, use your words here so we have a better appreciation of it in this matter. You've explained in other cases the difference between a pilot program and an experimental rate. Can you discuss what the difference and similarities between the two are in your I'm using your words, when those are the two things that you described. So from your perspective, what is the distinction between the two?
In our proposal for the CPP rate, we put the word experimental on it and a small attempt to let customers know that, once you provide a rate and customers get, adopt it, and if they like that rate, they want to stay on it. And in a DSM framework, if it's not cost effective, well, you yank that rate away from them because it's not cost effective. Well, that was the experimental name that we put on the CPP was just for naming purposes to say, well, we're going to try this out. It's 1,000 customers. Let's see if people like it. Let's see if people adopt it. Use it for EV charging. Well, we've talked about that already, so I'll stop rambling there. That was the intention of the word experimental. It is just to get some indication to customers that, hey, you know what, this may be at this time, not a permanent rate. We don't really have any intention of removing that rate in the future, but we thought it was appropriate to put the word experimental on it.
So is the
A pilot in
distinction?
the DSM program, in terms of a DSM program, a pilot is simply that. We're piloting it to see if it works, to see if it's cost effective.
Right, so just so I'm clear, so an experimental rate is open-ended and is not based on whether it's cost-effective.
The rate that we have proposed is open and it is not based on whether it's cost effective. It will be an optional rate that customers can select in Kentucky.
Okay,
If
and
approved.
any shortcomings from the rate would just be recovered in cost of service from the remaining rates so that the utility is whole. Is that right? That was you said other
I
revenue
believe that,
neutral.
what is your definition of shortcomings? But yes, it would
In
be
the
a
event-
regular rate offering. It would be part of future rate cases, revenue requirements.
Yeah, I guess what I'm saying is in the event that the rate does not meet its system cost of service return calculation, that would just be, that's not something you all are proposing to eat from shareholders. That amount would just be caught up in other rate classes in the event that on a cost of service base, it's not cost effective. You said it's revenue neutral, so it has to come from somewhere.
Yes.
It's going to be from the rest of the
to current rate
RTS.
RS.
Yeah,
The
RS,
current rate
excuse
RS.
me,
So
RS.
if everyone, and all that means is that if you took everyone, all 135,000 residential customers off of rate RS and put them on rate RS TOU CPP, then we would be intending to collect the same revenue requirement.
That's what I'm asking. It's going to be, the same dollars are going to be recovered regardless of whether it comes from that class or not in subsequent cases. That would be the expectation.
Correct. We're looking to recover the same revenue requirement. Correct. And in future, like we have with our other segues, is if these rates should reduce costs because, customers reduce their peak load usage, increase conservation, then our costs could go down.
So how? If the primary amount of costs that are savings, right, an avoidance of costs that are savings of that time of use rate, the time of use CPP, are actually fixed in nature, then what degree would avoiding those paying for those fixed costs actually reduce those fixed costs in an embedded class cost of service study?
Oh, I'm sorry. I believe when we talked about it before, we were talking about variable O&M could be reduced if people actually do conserve, who get on this rate. In terms of, we're going back and forth between embedded and avoided costs here, but right, if people actually use less on peak, you'd be talking about an avoided cost in the future. But that's not necessarily going to eliminate the embedded costs.
Right, and we'll talk about avoiding embedded costs and
Yep.
and
And
in
of course,
subsequent case.
fuel costs and right, okay.
So to save time on redirect, I do know that the other commissioners have a couple more questions, so we'll allow them to ask those questions, and then we'll probably take a short lunch and then give you time to speak with Mr. Sailors during lunch and then do his redirect after lunch. Is that okay?
Your Honor, I don't know if.
If you don't want to talk to Mr. Sailors before you do redirect,
Oh,
that's fine
no.
too.
No, that would be fine. I was just, I guess, wondering if we could possibly maybe delay lunch and let the next couple witnesses go after, or do proceed with Mr. Saylor's redirect.
That's fine.
We have to
You have a question?
A couple of our witnesses, Your Honor, have flights.
No.
Yeah, so the same sequence that you proposed, Your Honor, but just possibly with no lunch if other parties were amenable to.
Well, we're gonna take
that.
some break here in a minute, but we scheduled the hearing for the day. We didn't put a time period on it. So,
Sure.
in the event folks have to miss their flights because we need to have a hearing, that's what's gonna happen. Do you have a question?
No, I think the vice chair and I are asking the same question, that if this program is terminated, what are you proposing to replace it with? I think that's my bottom line question.
In terms of the PTR program, if it's terminated, what we're suggesting we're going to do is reassess the program, which is to collect information we've talked about with the Attorney General already, think about different options of how well maybe this is combined with, I know I've mentioned this in several places and it hasn't happened yet, but we are still thinking about a potential solar program proposal, and maybe PTR is a part of that. So we would come back in the October collaborative meeting, discuss some of the things that we have identified potentially to make a PTR cost effective. Listen to comments from that meeting, if there are any. And then in the, let's see, that would be the following would be the August 2024 or a future DSM amendment filing. If we found something that we think is going to be cost effective for PTR, we would refile for the program. That is the intention of what we're suggesting.
Thank you.
Commissioner?
And this is Vice Chair Angie Hatton again, Mr. Sailors. We talked earlier about customers being asked whether they did everything they could and did their best to reduce their rates. As we make it a determination of whether we should terminate this program, this pilot program that you did, it almost seems like it was a failure from the start because not enough people participated. So I'm going to ask you, do you think that Duke did its best to make this program work?
I think the main thing that we were trying to uncover was the load reduction, what customers would do. So I would not characterize it as that as a failure from the start, because as I said, if customers would have reduced more energy, then it could have been cost effective at the 899 original participants for the pilot. The cost effectiveness test that we are relying on was a future looking cost effectiveness test where we assumed that there would be 2,000 participants with the 0.14. So if that 0.14 load reduction was higher, it could have been cost effective. I think it's just a matter of uncertainty about whether we can get that 0.14 or the participation up high enough to become cost effective.
So do you feel that Duke did its best? Did you make your best effort?
Yes, we comply with all the stipulation elements and research all the different, yes. We ran the pilot as agreed, yes.
Mr. Sailors, real quick before I turn it over for redirect, does it sound about right that these meters, the last meters were installed, placed into service in February of 2019?
Are you talking about the AMI meters?
The AMI meters?
I can't, I don't know. I'm sorry, Mr. Chairman.
Well, so subject to check, and I just tell you where I'm getting it from so that you can check subsequently. But and what we'll do is we'll ask you just a quick post-hearing data request, but to confirm that pursuant to Duke's previous filings with the commission, that the rollout ended in February of 2019.
Okay.
So, if that's the case, and I think there's a March 2019 filing that says as much. Let's see here. Make sure I get this right. There's a 2019 filing that says that okay. So we've got that there were 83,000 Duke customers enrolled in the usage alert program, which provides notification via emails and text messages. And let's see, I want to get this right. I'm pretty sure. Again, I don't want to state anything incorrectly here. Here we go. The company began its AMI deployment in August 2017 and completed the deployment on February 27th, 2019. So if the last meter placed into service was February 27th, 2019, would you agree that the newest meter, not replaced as a matter of course, but the newest meter from the initial deployment is now more than 4 years old?
Newest meter from initial employment, if it was completed in 2019, well, approximately 4 years have passed.
4 years and a month, yep, as of yesterday. So the newest meter is at least 4 years old. The oldest one put in would be, 5.5 years old at this point. Separately in that case, there was a portion where it said that the current industry, based on the current industry trend, the company has determined that the estimated depreciable life of the electric AMI meters that they were proposing is approximately 15 years. Does that sound about right to you? The estimated useful life of these AMI meters is about 15 years?
Approximately. That sounds about right to me.
Yeah.
I'm not the metering expert, but that sounds about right.
Yeah, and I'm just using roundabout numbers here, but does that effectively mean that we're already a third of the way through having these AMI meters? Somewhere between a quarter and a third of the way through of having them?
Well, what is it that,
Somewhere between
I'm not
4
sure how to interpret
years.
having them. I don't think they're intended to be removed, after 15 years. If as they fail, we certainly would replace them. Is that what you mean?
No, I'm saying that they have a depreciable life. Depreciable lives, as a matter of course, are ordinarily correlated with useful life, right? The expected
Yep.
in service.
Yep.
And that if that's 15 years, and our newest one is
Okay.
4 years and 1 month, and our oldest ones are approximately 5.5 years old, would you agree that the meter system in totality, that's not just the meters, but it's the backhaul system and everything else, is approximately between a third and a quarter the way through its life? Its expected useful life.
You included the backhaul system. I'm definitely not the expert in that area. I don't think I could agree or disagree, Mr. Chairman.
Well, okay, then let me ask this question.
If your
Would
math,
you-
if your math is
I'm just asking about math.
4 divided by 15.
Yeah, I'm just asking about math here.
Yeah,
4 years and a
that's
month, somewhere
approximately
between that and 5.5 years, would you agree that's between a third and a fourth of the time of 15?
Yes.
Okay. All right, counsel?
So, Your Honor, I think, as you offered before, we would appreciate a small break that you offered earlier to
Okay.
connect with Mr.
Okay,
Mr.
so we'll
Saylor's
take
report.
how about we do this? Take a break until 1:15. We'll take approximately a 30-minute break, and then we'll come back. You can do your redirect then.
All right.
Okay.
Thank
We'll take
you,
a
Your
recess
Honor.
until 1:15. Just wait, go off mute. There we go. All right, we're back on the record in case number 2022-00251. Mr. Sailors, you still there?
I am, Mr. Chairman, and if I could just say thank you. Right now might be a good time to, let me testify virtually. I appreciate it.
That's okay. Just don't want to upset your trip too much. Less worried about you than I am the people that you're with. So I will let you get back to him here in a few minutes. Counsel, do you have any redirect to Mr. Sailors?
Thank you, Your Honor. No redirect for Mr. Sailors.
All right. And Ms. Frederick, is there any reason that Mr. Sailors can't be excused for the remainder of the hearing?
No, Your Honor.
Okay. All right. Thank you very much, Mr. Sailors. I appreciate you taking the time out of your trip with us.
Enjoy your vacation.
Yeah, and you can be excused for the remainder of the hearing.
Thank you. Take care, everyone.
Counsel, would you like to call your next witness?
Thank you, Your Honor. For our second witness, Duke Energy Kentucky would like to call Timothy Duff.
Raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to give is true and correct under penalty of perjury?
I do.
All right, please have a seat. State your name and business address for the record.
Is green's on, right? It echoes in here.
As long as it's not flashing, you're good.
Okay, sorry. Timothy Duff, 526 South Church Street, Charlotte, North Carolina, 28202.
Counsel?
Thank you, Your Honor. Mr. Duff, would you please state your title for the record?
I am the General Manager of Customer Solutions Regulatory Enablement.
Thank you. And Mr. Duff, did you cause a certain response to a data request to be filed in this proceeding?
I did.
And also, Mr. Duff, are you adopting any additional responses to data requests in this proceeding?
Yes, I'm adopting witness Gene Williams' responses to data requests.
Thank you, Mr. Duff. And do you have any corrections or changes to any of those responses, either yours or adopted?
Not to my knowledge.
And if you were asked those same questions again this morning, would the responses be the same?
Yes.
Your Honor, the witness is available for cross-examination.
Mr. Cook?
No questions, Chairman.
Ms. Schroeder?
Staff has no questions of this witness, Your Honor.
Commissioner?
No questions.
So what falls under your purview as the General Manager of Portfolio Analysis and Regulatory Strategy?
Energy efficiency, demand response, and within my group is the group that manages EM&V.
So you heard you've been in the hearing room this morning?
Yes.
You heard my questions to Mr. Sailors?
Yes, Your Honor.
Anything I said or asked a question that you'd like to sort of take issue with, or I know that I'm not putting you in the easiest spot in the world to say I was wrong, but it's the benefit of the job is to learn every day. So anything I said in terms of, do you disagree with that making it easier, making it, great example. I was talking earlier about the more steps that you require a consumer to take, the less likely it is, all things being equal, that they'll be able to end up reducing their usage. Would you agree with that?
Can I caveat that answer? So, yeah, well, let me explain. I think that'd be best if that's okay, Your Honor. So what I would say is that sometimes steps are necessary to maximize the amount of reduction, but steps are a barrier to ease of participation in taking action. So it's a mixed bag. You want to balance the appropriate amount of steps with ease of participation, but that's how you maximize the outcome,
Yeah, that's
yes.
fair. And from one end to the other, you've got default inclusion, right? Applicable to everybody versus opt-in, or opt-in, opt-out is a great example of that, right? If you get forced into the program, there's been a lot of studies on this. If you're forced into a program, I say, just by default, right? But you're provided an opportunity to opt out. All things being equal, the exact same program, if you instead run that as a opt-in program, that you have to affirmatively take steps to be part of the program, have you seen studies that indicate that far more people participate when they have to take affirmative steps to leave the program than if they have to take affirmative steps to join the program?
Yes, that's correct. To your point, the more customers that participate, because it's easier, they have the take action to get out of it rather than to participate. However, a lot of times you do find that customers that choose to opt in actually take more action and make a higher level of savings contribution.
And that only makes sense, right? Because they're already an engaged and interested party. They've already had to take some sort of action to express their interest and enroll. And so it just makes sense that they would be the same people that participate more heavily in that program. Is that fair enough?
Yeah, I think program design is what you're getting at. Program design around opt-out, opt-in steps, it all leads to reaching different segments as well as trying to maximize the outcome. So that it's a balance between the two, I think, is the best way to answer it.
Okay. So specific to this program, do you think that efforts were taken to maximize the output between balancing all these different things, either initially or after the fact?
Yes, so what I would say is that when you think of a pilot program, pilots are done to minimize customers' exposure on something you're not sure what the impact is going to be. So I think I took issue a little bit with some phrasing I heard of failure or wasn't the best effort. The goal was to get a statistically significant sample that could let us know what kind of reduction we could expect. Now, along the way, we also learned that, yes, there was a ability to provide a higher incentive that would have made the program more attractive. You could give customers an easier opportunity to get text messages, although I will say that it did point out that the customers ranked their ability to have the notification preference that they wanted at 9.7. So the customers that did participate seemed to be pretty happy with the emails, but they did also, those written verbatims did say that there was an opportunity to improve the text enrollment process.
I was saying, but so just to be clear though, what you're saying is only 8.2% of people actually enrolled in text, but a third of participants said that their preferred methodology would have been text.
No, that's not what it said.
Well, that's not what you said, but that's what
No.
the EM&V said.
No, the EM&V said that 30% of customers had written comments about how to improve the product or the program, and that was one of the things that was referenced.
So I've got here event notifications on page 7. Approximately 1/3 of respondents who provided recommendations for the program requested text message alerts and more time to prepare for the events.
1/3 of the I'm sorry, I thought you said 1/3 of the participants. 1/3 of the people that responded to the survey question said that texts were one of the things.
Okay. So okay.
Does that make sense? It's
Well, it does, but weren't the respondents supposed to be, I mean, wasn't the number of respondents identified here in the EM&V determined to be statistically significant to be representative of the entire group of participants?
correct. It is correct.
So my apologies, but I'm extrapolating across the program. that
Yeah, and I don't know if you can do that without understanding how the EM&V question was asked. I'm not sure you can extrapolate across the entire population. That's all I'm saying.
I guess I don't appreciate what the benefit of an EM&V like this would be if it's not representative of the program as a
So
whole.
the survey participant sample was smaller than the overall participation sample.
Right.
There were 899, I think there were 250. So all I'm saying is that the survey that got input isn't an exact matchup. That survey wasn't done for statistical significance. We got results from the process result, but the 899 is what would be determined as a necessary number to get a statistically significant impact that could be applied with respect to load reduction.
So I want to ask as a posterior data approach, just so we're clear, whether or not the fact that, I guess it's just, that a third of participants were covered, nearly a third of participants were covered by the EM&V, and whether that in of itself means that of the total participants, that the EM&V responses were statistically significant.
So there's EM&V process and then there's EM&V impact. And all I'm saying is that they're a different sample size.
Okay.
We did not get survey results from all 899
get
sample
that.
participants.
I get that. I get that the participant number, the 1,000, the 899, was chosen because the determination was that that's enough people to get a statistically significant review of what it would be for the entire 165 or however many customers that Duke has.
Yes.
I'm asking whether the responses, the 200 plus odd responses to the survey, that if we're able to take that data, the survey data, as statistically significant in terms of the entire number of 899 participants.
And I don't know if it was done in that manner. That's all I'm saying. I'd have to check with the survey company that did it on behalf of Resource Innovations.
And I guess that just goes to the weight of the evidence as to how helpful the EM&V is in terms of the survey. So there's the data, we got the data, that's
Yeah.
fine. But then the survey responses, it seems like we're putting a lot of weight on the survey responses, but it's not clear now that the survey responses should be afforded much weight in terms of how reflective they are of the entire group.
So I think the survey was designed to give us input on how to enhance the program moving forward, as well as some of the behaviors that customers took that we're willing to share. But ultimately, with respect to results that are used to determine cost effectiveness, that's where the statistical significant sample number was derived.
Right, and I guess what I don't have an appreciation for that is if you don't sample, if you don't do a study, or if you don't go through and ask the entirety of the folks that participated in the study, ask them all the questions, of what benefit are these questions? Okay, let me ask it this way. So you know what the cost effect, just the numbers were in terms of cost effectiveness of the actual program,
Yes.
right? Then you ask yourself, what could we have done to make it more cost effective, right? I'm asking you sort of a leading question, but is that's what you do in terms of these programs?
Correct.
Internally?
The
Okay.
process evaluation is used to enhance program design. That's
Okay.
correct.
And in this instance, it was determined not to implement, as I understand it, because of the proposal in front of us, not to implement those findings or determinations to enhance program design. Is that right?
No, the company did not find that those weren't valid things that could be done to enhance it.
That wasn't the question. The question was, you all have chosen not to actually enhance it. Not that there weren't things that could enhance it, the proposal is to get rid of it in lieu of enhancing it.
Well, I don't know if I 100% agree, because we did do an additional study in '22 where we increased the incentive amount, which was one of the other things that was suggested that we look at. But we felt that based off of the pilot results, just as we've been directed many times by this commission to eliminate measures that are non-cost effective, that doesn't mean we wouldn't try and bring something back in the future. But we felt it was non-cost effective, and following commission direction, that it should be terminated to minimize customers' exposure for paying for something that's non-cost effective, meaning the benefits don't outweigh the costs that all customers have to pay.
And that's a fine reason, but does it make my question yes or no? So the question was very clearly, it was your all's determination not to enhance the program based off the feedback and instead propose to end the program, right?
We would
terminate the
not,
program.
no, we did not believe, you're correct, we
And the
would not.
reason was your other answer.
Yes, that's
Okay, that's
correct.
what
I apologize,
That's fine.
Your Honor.
It gets frustrating because we don't want to be in all these hearings all day, but when I ask a very direct question and nobody wants to say yes or no and instead explain why it's yes or no, frustrating. I'm going to give you an opportunity, I promise you, to explain why it's yes or no. I just want to make sure that it's one way or the other. Okay, so you chose not to enhance it because you said as I paraphrase here, your other answer, you don't think that you all determined that the enhancements probably weren't going to make it cost effective. Is that fair?
Yes, based off of the program team, they did not feel that the enhancements would have made it cost-effective to commercialize and broaden the offer.
Okay, and so systemically or just as a program, what is it? Because I look at it and go, well, if you would have required text messaging as a part of participating as part of the program, right? If you could have required that up front, I think that I just personally, based on my experience or conversation with Mr. Shaylers, I'm easier to get hold of to my cell phone than I am my personal phone. That's just personal perspective, but I think that's pretty consistent out there, right? So I see that. I think there's an appreciation that in terms of cost effectiveness, if there are upfront costs that are one time, you compare that to recurring costs, which an expansion would have to take into account the marginal cost and recurring cost, not necessarily the upfront cost if you're talking about a program going longer, right? There are these different things. So you've seen this program. What is it about it that's systemic or just a bug, whatever it may be about the proposal, that makes you think that there can't be enhancements that make it cost effective?
I think that fundamentally it's the structure of the incentive. If I look at it as I would a usual EEU DSM program, I would say for the amount of reduction you're paying for, you're not getting your money's worth. However, what we saw was customers actually want more of an incentive. So there's a mismatch there in terms of the value that can be provided. And I think if this was a rate design, to your point earlier, we wouldn't be having these discussions. But it was chosen to put into the EEDSM framework where you evaluate it in a very specific manner, and the benefits do not exceed the costs. Text messages may make it a far better experience for customers, and I don't want to dismiss that, but I don't think that what we saw here said text messages would allow customers to save more. It said it would make it a better experience because 9.7 was the ranking of customers got their scores through the preferred methodology of notification. So I guess what I'm saying is I think that those could make the program better. I'm not convinced that those would make it past the EEDSM cost effectiveness screens, because it's really what's driving a lot of the cost when you commercialize is that incentive, and you're not getting the benefit commensurate with that incentive.
What were the different methodologies that people could receive those notifications?
Email or text, I believe.
So there's a default one that everybody had to do, which is email. 8.2% of the participants took the extra step post-enrollment to do text messaging.
Yeah.
If there's nothing to compare it to, then why would people be, I guess, it's a very weird response to attach to, right? That they receive the notification via their preferred methodology. If that methodology for many of these folks is the default, and probably for quite a few of them, I would suspect the only methodology they're aware of, how would you answer in the alternative?
I think if I was aware that I could have selected texts,
Yeah.
then I would have said, I could have selected it, so my notification methodology is the one I wanted. To your
Yeah,
point.
but that question's being asked 2+ years after initial enrollment, right?
No, not necessarily,
do you
because
mean
it was
not necessarily?
asked along the way. We did
So it stopped at 3 months. The opportunity to sign up for text messages stopped at 3 months, is what I read in the record.
but what I'm saying is we asked the question at multiple times. There was surveys that went out after the spring or the summer of 2020, after the winter of 21, and after the summer of 21. So it wasn't 3 years later.
Okay. So for some folks, it may have been 6 months later. For some folks, it may have been a year later,
Yep.
maybe 2 years. Okay. And do you know whether the question specifically noted the other methodologies and said, was yours the preferred one?
I can't tell you the specific question.
There just seems to be a lot of,
Yeah.
hey, people love the email because of this single response, but maybe it's like the allegory of the cave, right? I mean, you don't know there's the world, the whole world exists out there. You live in this cave, all you see is the wall. You don't know what's better or what's worse. You just know what you know. So if I said, what's the preference of breathing oxygen, or do you prefer, do you like the way you breathe oxygen? What's the alternative, right?
You can only answer with the facts you understand. I agree.
Yeah, that's what, I'm being thrown by that, I guess is what I'm trying to convey. So the determination, well, okay, so that, the first was size of the benefit versus, you're saying that a certain number of responses said that they would have, paraphrasing again, it says what it says, but that they would have participated more heavily, or the thing that would have changed their behavior the most had been a higher dollar amount, whatever the phrase is. That's probably always the case, right? How would, how can I motivate you to do your work better? Well, you pay me more. That's a fine answer. I understand it. Is there anything else fundamentally that is a shortfall of the program that contributed to the perspective that it shouldn't be enhanced and instead gotten rid of?
Again, I don't want to say that the company doesn't believe there's an opportunity here. We think this pilot should be ended and that something may be able to be put in that takes those enhancements and offers value in a cost-effective manner. I think that's really what our position is that we're talking about this pilot, which, again, was kind of set up as a settlement, and so the pilot gets done, you look at it, and you say, do I commercialize based off of this? And based off of it, it doesn't look cost-effective. So I think, as Witness Saylor said, the company believes it can find value through different time differentiated rates and offerings. A PTR may be a solution. We think there can be a number of solutions. You heard him talk about bring your own thermostat. As smart thermostats become more optional, there's ways to kind of have different programs on that spectrum, whether it be a kind of a prices to devices or a firm load control that we talked about earlier. So I don't think the company is abandoning the opportunity to try and have a program to help customers reduce their peak load or shift their load. I think it was this pilot, we didn't think, based off of the results of the EM&V, offered the vehicle to do that cost effectively. And as I said before, if this would have been done outside of the EEDSM framework, then I think you may have seen a different answer. But it was done within a framework where we follow the same rules for all of the programs in terms of how we look at cost effectiveness.
Yeah, but that's interesting to me, right? Because you've got your smart meters in, right? You've got them; they're a third of the way depreciated at this point. That investment's been made. The question at this point, from my perspective, where I sit, is how do you maximize that investment for consumers? And a cost of service based rate doesn't necessarily look at that calculus. Would you agree?
I don't think it has to holistically look at that, correct?
It's not a cost of service based rate is not necessarily looking at cost effectiveness in the sense of the program benefits outweighing the program cost.
Yeah.
Is that fair?
No, Your Honor, I think what I was trying to say was that in other jurisdictions, peak time rebates are not run as EEDSM programs. They're run as rate offerings. And
That's fair. So can I ask this question though? In many of those jurisdictions, is the utility vertically integrated and own its own production?
in two of them that I'm aware of.
They do or don't?
They do.
Okay, so who are the two that own their own generation?
So we did a peak time rebate pilot, well, we called it behavioral demand response.
In the Carolinas?
Yes.
I think that's part of the record.
So
Anything
those,
else?
yeah, those are.
Oh, those are the,
Yeah.
yeah, it's like the LG and KU situation, right?
I apologize. I didn't mean to be confusing.
I know. The DEC, DEP
Yeah.
is what you're saying, right?
North, South Carolina, yeah.
Well, okay, well, that's the question. So it separate, DEP and DEC had them, or only one of the utilities?
Right now, it's just DEP, DEC, North Carolina.
Both the utilities, but only in North Carolina?
Correct.
Did you have them in South Carolina?
We're looking at expanding it to
I know
some.
that's a lot of fun to run multi-state utilities, so I'll stop there. But as a general matter, and I heard something like maybe a dozen or 10 different utilities have this program, or a significant number have tried peak
Yeah.
time rebate, something that looks like it. Number in California, it's just different, but they don't own their own generation necessarily out there, right?
Yep, that's
Yeah.
correct.
BG&E, Baltimore Gas and Electric, restructured, right, in PJM, but restructured in Maryland.
I believe so, yeah.
Okay. But you all own your own generation.
Correct.
right?
You're talking
You
about
all
the
own-
DK.
The
yes,
applicant.
yes.
Owns, I know
Yeah.
you're a North Carolina based, but the applicant, DEK, owns its own generation.
That's correct.
And that's just a little different from being a restructured utility. Do you agree?
Correct.
Okay. Do you have input on the DSM portion of Duke Kentucky's FRR plan?
I do not.
Who on the DSM side, the demand response side, the EE side, provides those inputs when Duke is coming up with its fixed resource requirement plan for PJ?
I believe that question would be better for Mr. Suez.
Okay. Who's in charge of all the DSM programs for DEK? Like at the highest level, DSM, as we call DSM, EE, DR, everything.
At the highest level would be Lynn Good, but.
Well, I get
so,
that, but who,
I guess.
we got a DSM problem. Who do we go to?
I would say Lon Huber has,
All right, and then below Mr. Huber,
it's split. There's operational and then there's kind of the regulatory side, which would be the piece I work in.
okay, so coming up with programs would be your side or the operational side?
It's a kind of a joint effort. They come up with the ideas, we figure out, we do some analysis to figure out whether they would be cost effective, work with them to try and understand how to make them cost effective.
And here's why I asked, right? So you all have to come, you understand at a high level the FRR plan that Duke has to come up with for PJM. So it's a self-supply, capacity self-supply program. You gotta come up with, PJM tells you, here's what we determined to be your fixed resource requirement, right? This is what you all have to come up with in terms of capacity on this basis any given year, ahead of the delivery year. And you all have to come up and tell them how you're gonna meet that plan. Is that a fair characterization in your understanding? Whether it's generation or DSM or whatever. it may be?
At a high level, yes.
And I'm
Yeah.
talking to me, I'm at the highest level, right? I can't get the weeds on this, but, so, part of that can be generation. Part of it technically can be transmission-ish with capacity, with constraints in and out. That's a question I'm gonna ask Mr. Suez. And then part of it can be demand response and energy efficiency, right?
Yes, those reduce the demand side.
And you remember a couple of years ago, the commission was looking at, and you were referencing them earlier, concerned about the cost effectiveness of different programs. And this is my characterization, but Duke said, hold on, please stop. We depend on a number of these programs to meet our FRR plan. You remember that?
I believe that was 2018, yes.
It was a big deal, right? It was a emergency motion probably, and a lot of like, please, we have to keep these, and in large part, they were like Power Manager, these demand response programs. Is that your memory?
Yeah, that's correct.
Okay. And so, without those programs, was it your understanding that Duke could not meet its FRR plan solely with supply side resources?
At the time of that hearing, I was the witness saying that we wanted to have them for our customers, but we did have a witness that said we needed them to meet our FRR.
Yeah, and so what I'm trying to figure out is going forward, knowing the constraints that you have, it's a fairly defined territory, it's hard to build gas infrastructure, all these different confluence of things. When somebody goes, what part of it, we need flexibility, we need more headroom, whatever the comment is, we can't build any more generation, we've got to do it on the demand side. Who is the person instigating the ideas to, okay, we've got to reduce demand side, we've got to come up with these programs? Who do they come to at Duke, we'll say Charlotte or whatever, in North Carolina to say, help us come up with this suite of things so we can reduce the demand side because we can't make up our plan on the supply side?
So we look at it from a number of different areas. There's the rate design area, there is the programmatic area, and that programs is kind of divided between EE and DR even. Because as you know, EE gives you long-term capacity savings, more similar to like a TOU rate. But DR is it's more modeled and considered like a supply side resource because you push a button and you can get a response, which reduces the load kind of at a set amount. It's more like a resource versus EE and EE and rates.
So
I'm sorry.
Who's driving that process?
So it all rolls up under Mr. Huber, with the exception of the operation side of DR, which is handled under a executive named Emily Henson.
Okay. So let's just say that this commission says, okay, Duke has its rate base, Duke got its smart meters. Now you need to use them to the greatest economic, use them. Let's maximize their benefit maximize the benefit of customers of that investment by the utility. Who drives that ship? Lon Huber?
Again, I think if you're saying from leveraging the AMI investment for customers, then yes. If it's leveraging it for operational benefits, that's going to be a different organization.
Why aren't those the same thing? what is the, I'm trying to understand here better, what is the disconnect in interests that driving operational benefits is different than driving consumer benefits?
It's not a difference, it's just a matter of span of control, I believe. I can't tell you Duke's specific organizational design rules, but I think that from an operational standpoint, in terms of truck rolls, disconnects, all of those types of things, that's handled by more of a distribution operation role. And then Mr. Huber has the more of the kind of customer-facing, customer benefiting roles.
If the benefit of these programs are avoiding truck rolls and new investment and new investment in production and new investment in transmission, wouldn't you agree that an appreciation for what those costs are and what those costs, which costs can be avoided and those type of things that maybe those, it sounds like those are siloed.
I think
but
I have
maybe
an
you're
answer
saying
for-
that they're not?
Yeah, I don't want to interrupt you, but I think if you go up one level, both those people, Lon and Ms. Henson, and and even the operational folks, they report up to an executive named Harry Sedaris. So it's just, I didn't know how high you wanted to go up.
Well, and what I'm trying to figure out is who sits there and says, we got an X million dollar investment in Kentucky that has all these things that it can do now. I want you to go drive programs that ultimately benefit consumers or align the interest of the utility and consumers to reduce overall rates. Who's sitting in a room and saying that? Because it sounds like may not be this person over here, because they don't know how they can reduce truck rolls, or if there are costs that are avoided. Who's sitting in a room saying that this is
So
what they
that
should
would be
do?
Harry Sedaris. And then all of the people, Mr. Huber, Ms. Henson, I don't know the name of the individual who's in charge of the distribution operations for Kentucky specifically, but they all would be in those staff meetings for Mr. Sedaris, where they're going over those
And can you spell that last name?
Sideris.
Then last question, it's kind of on this. The utility is in a different place today than they were in 2016, right? Like, great example is, and I've got some questions for Mr. Suez about it, but since the middle of the year 2016, or since the application was filed in 2016, the Duke Energy, the DEOK zone in PJM, the Duke Energy Ohio Kentucky zone, has broken out at least twice in the base residual auctions. I think at least once in 2016, which would have been maybe it was 2017, but in a 3-year forward delivery year, and then again a month or two ago in the most recent auction, to show that, there's a supply demand mismatch plus concerns around constraints. It's overly complicated process apparently, because I still don't understand it, but it has broken out. The capacity price signal, I'll use Mr. Shaler's words, the capacity price signal is triple in the DEOK zone, more than triple than it is in the rest of the PJM RTO. Avoided capacity values insofar as a BRA clearing price is an actual useful, and I think that's very debatable, whether that's the appropriate measure of avoided capacity value or not. But avoided capacity values are a direct input in determination of cost effectiveness for DSM and EE and DR programs, right?
That's correct.
Okay. Do you know whether the changes in circumstance drive any changes in the cost effectiveness of this program? Things that have changed since the EM&V was done?
So we update the avoided costs periodically. That would have been last updated for the rider that was filed in November. So it's done as part of the annual rider filing when we look at updating avoided costs. I can't tell you if the BRA situation has been reflected or not.
Yeah, and I ask because it's not just the BRA, but since Well, so in the current rate case, the proposal is to amend the useful depreciable life of East Bend, and the CTs as well, Woodsdale CTs. In other jurisdictions that use, that maybe don't have capacity markets, the expected retirement or upgrade of facilities is also a fine proxy for avoiding capacity values. Would you agree, or used for that purpose?
Yeah, the peaker methodology is used in jurisdictions, it depends on the jurisdiction, it is jurisdictional specific, you're correct.
Right, but the movement of retirement dates of generation, that the retirement of that generation requires a reinvestment, that can often be useful in determining avoiding capacity values.
I'd have to look at all the variables and look at the formula to give you a good answer. I'm not sure I quite understand your question fully.
Well, so if you need to build a generator in the next couple of years because you have to retire another one, avoiding having to build that new generator could be a good proxy for avoiding capacity values?
I think so.
That's kind of the peaker idea,
Yeah,
Yeah,
it's that next marginal unit.
yeah. And so and staff may have a question about it later for a different witness. Well, I'll just ask, the 2016 costs that you were looking at, which were those? The avoiding capacity values?
Yes.
Yeah, so I think your all's last update are just 2016 avoiding capacity values that have been, what's the appropriate phrase? Slowly indexed, right? Just increased an escalation rate. The chosen escalation rate, the 2016 values just escalated each year. It's not necessarily a new avoided capacity value. Do you know whether Duke Energy Kentucky has calculated a new capacity value other than just escalating a 2016 amount?
I would have to go back and look. I don't know off the top of my head. Witness Adams may be able to answer that question.
Okay. But that's an integral determination of cost effectiveness, you would agree?
It is one of the three avoided cost variables, that's correct.
Okay. And then for avoided energy for utilities that are part of RTOs, is that like a previous year's average LMP? Do you know what you use for that?
Again, that question would be better for Ms. Adams.
And I guess what I would ask at a higher level, for programs like this that you only, and even CPP, if you were going to run it through a DSM, right? For a CPP or a peak time rebate, should there be given some consideration that the LMP at those highest points should be used as the avoided energy value rather than an average or a base amount, since that's the actual amount that you'll be avoiding on those days?
I think you'd have to look into the study to understand. I don't believe it's the highest value that's been utilized. I think that you would be potentially subjecting yourself to paying for some sort of market anomaly if you're looking at an LMP, which may or may not be driven by system peak.
Yeah, and maybe not even LMP, but like the last year's 10 highest day-ahead prices, because that's what the utility's paying, right? Should be paying if you're economically offering your generation.
I mean, again, I think if what you're suggesting is, could you use an alternative methodology for valuing avoided energy for EEDSM and the rates? I think you could.
I guess what I'm asking, instead of, and maybe this is a clarification, instead of using a different avoided energy for all DSM programs, like, past year's 10 highest LMP or day ahead prices, I guess I'm asking could it be reasonable to use different avoided energy values for different DSM and EE programs that are targeted differently, that interact differently? If it's a DSM program that's only occurring, or an EE program that you're only looking at, or at whatever, a DSM program that's only looking at reducing demand or reducing energy in defined times, could it be useful or reasonable to use specific avoided energy values to that program, different than you may the rest of your DSM EE suite, that just are applicable all hours?
Our cost effectiveness does model hourly shapes and hourly prices.
Okay, so it should already be taken into account to where it's effective on the load, on the
Correct, when it's occurring.
assumed load level. Okay, that's very helpful. Thank you. Any redirect?
Yes, Your Honor. Thank you. Mr. Duff, I think we could clear up just some miscommunication about sample size real quick. Do you have a copy of the application?
Yeah. Or the application or the EMV?
Well.
I have
the
the- I have
appendix C,
Exhibit E, or
Appendix C of
Appendix
the
C.
application, yes, the EM&V, very good. If you could please turn to page 53 in Appendix C.
Okay.
And do you see the table 4-15 at the top of that page?
Yep. Yes, I
And do
do.
you see there's a paragraph of text under the table?
Yes.
Could you please read the second sentence in that paragraph?
Sure. Overall, 63 out of 253 provided recommendations.
And then, skipping the next sentence, could you please read the sentence that
Yeah.
begins with a third?
A third of the respondents who provided a recommendation mentioned they wanted more text message notifications or more time to prepare for the event.
So, the proportion of 1/3, do you see that in the table 416 that's below your text?
Yes.
And which row is that?
It would be, are you looking for a row number or the title of it?
You can say the title.
It would be notification method or timing.
Thank you. And do you see where at the top of that table, there's a sample size given?
Yes.
What is that sample size, N?
63.
Okay, so is that 63 the full sample of survey participants
That provided the recommendations, yes.
that provided written recommendations? But
Correct.
is it the full sample of
No,
the
it is
survey
not.
participants? No, it's not. What is the full sample of survey participants?
As stated before, 53. The full sample size of the survey participants is 53.
53?
253, I'm sorry, 253.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Duff. So hopefully that clarifies, Your Honor. Could we also quickly turn to page 38 of Appendix C?
Page what?
Page 38.
Yes?
Yes. At the bottom of page 38, referencing that paragraph, could you tell me, how did participants in the program rate their preference for email communication?
Just a second. I just have to, my numbering is a little different, so I have to make sure
I
is it in, is it,
apologize. It's got figure 4-1 at the top of the page.
okay, so it's the preferred marketing methods?
Yes, that paragraph.
Okay,
So could you please tell me what rating participants gave to email communication?
9.2 out of 10.
And what
I'm
rating?
going to object one moment here. The question, I believe, asked what rating that participants would give, but this figure 4.1 is the recollection of PTR marketing materials.
Your Honor, I wasn't referring to the figure. I was just using the figure to orient Mr. Duff as to the page. But we were referencing the paragraph below titled
Okay.
Preferred Marketing Methods.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you. And what rating did participants give to text messages?
6.8 out of 10.
Thank you, Mr. Duff. And following up on a question I think that the chairman asked earlier, is 6.8 considered to be in the EM&V industry a superb rating of satisfaction, a 6.8 out of 10?
No, it's closer towards kind of an average, if you will, 5. Under the way this survey was done, I had the same understanding that Mr. Chandler explained earlier. That would be a detractor, not a promoter.
Thank you, Mr. Duff. That is all I have. Your Honor.
Do you have anything else for us, Chair?
No, Your Honor.
All right, thank you, Mr. Duff. Would you call your next witness?
Thank you, Your Honor. For our third witness, we would like to call Mr. John Swez.
Chairman, may I ask a question? Also wanted to make you aware that the Attorney General's witness has had to twice reschedule flights and incur $1,000 of additional fees. One of these was to accommodate Duke's request for Mr., I forget his name, I'm sorry.
Mr. Sailors?
Mr. Sailors, yes, to appear virtually. And his flight has now, for the third time, been rescheduled to 6 p.m. And so he needs to be out here. It's from Louisville, so I believe 3:30 would be the very latest.
We'll look to accommodate it, but I guess I'm a little thrown off by, we set the hearing date for the day. And
Yes.
specifically, we put the orders that say that the hearing may be extended at the call of the chair. It's in the orders that we issue the hearing. So I appreciate it, we'll try to take that into account, but
Well, I appreciate that, too.
there's a request for a hearing, and we're gonna
Yeah.
set the hearing for the day, and we're gonna go
We appreciate
for
that.
2 days
I
or
just
3
wanted to make
days.
sure that
I-
that the chairman understood that the Attorney General doesn't have rate recovery.
I don't know that Duke does in this case, but I appreciate the issue, but we got requested to have the hearing, and we're gonna be here until the hearing's over. So, Mr. Swez, please raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to give is true and correct under penalty of perjury?
I do.
Okay, please take a seat. State your name and business address for the record.
My name is John Swez. My business address is 526 South Church Street, Charlotte, North Carolina, 28202.
Okay, counsel?
Thank you, Your Honor. Mr. Swez, could you please state your title for the record?
Sure, my title is Managing Director of Dispatch and Trading.
Thank you. And did you cause certain responses to data requests to be filed in this proceeding?
I did.
And do you have any corrections or changes to any of those responses?
I do not.
And if you were asked those same questions here today, would your responses be the same?
Yes, they would.
Thank you. Your Honor, the witness is available for cross-examination.
Mr. Cook?
Just a couple quick, I hope they'll be quick questions. So correct me if I'm wrong, my understanding is that when the peak time rebate program produced conservation and/or demand response savings, that this resulted in an off-system sale into PJM. Is that correct?
So it would have not necessarily resulted in an off-system sale. It would have resulted in one of two things. Either we bought less, when I say buy less, I mean the net. So every hour, of course, we have generation and we have demand. And sometimes demand is higher than generation, sometimes demand is lower than generation. So
Okay.
when demand is higher than generation, if demand goes down, we just bought less from
Okay.
PJM.
And that's a saving, isn't it? From not having to spend as much, to pay as much to PJM?
It does result in less outflow to PJM, that's correct.
And basically, that's something that is reflected, I guess, in the FAC.
Yeah, the net result of purchases that were incurred for native load that were within the allowable recovery are, the purchase amounts are recovered in FAC, yes.
Okay. That's all I had, Chairman.
Staff?
The only question I have, were you present in the hearing room to hear the chairman's exchange with Mr. Duff regarding the fixed source requirement?
The FRR capacity, yes, I was
Yes.
here, yes.
Just, can you confirm that historically, Duke Kentucky could not have met its FRR without DSM programs?
So I think the answer to that question is it depends. There have been times when Duke Kentucky had to purchase capacity to meet our FRR plan. But in some, so it changes year to year, right? So our load changes every year. Like, for instance, in the current year, we satisfied our FRR plan with our generators and DSM. and we had extra, and we actually sold a little bit of that extra into the BRA. So it depends years to year, it changes. There has been at least 1 year, in my recollection, that we had to buy capacity, so in that year, that would have been the result. Not with absent the demand side response, we would have effectively had to buy more.
Okay, thank you. That was my only question.
I had the same question.
How much does that cost? Is that you pay rest of RTO or whatever the LDA clearing price is for the rest of that capacity?
I was referring to a bilateral purchase. This has been a number of years.
Yeah.
It's been 6, 7 years, I believe.
So but you can either get a bilateral subject to transmission constraints, or you take the risk of it breaking out. But or you can, as long as you're just barely short, you can buy from the BRA. Is that right?
So the FR plan, we must meet our obligation with our generation or our DSM or bilateral purchases from, I believe, inside our own zone.
There's either a unexpected increase. There's a mismatch in demand and supply for capacity in the DEOK zone. Would you agree?
Like you mentioned earlier, 3 out of the past, actually, I think you said 2 out of the last 4 with the results of the latest BRA. Now it's 3 out of the last 5 years, the DEOK zone is separated. So certainly there's something, the market is telling us there's, either not enough generation or not enough transmission inside that area.
Yeah, and it may not even be the market. It may just be the silly CETO calculations by PJM, but that's neither here nor there. And that's supposed to be a price signal for the market to respond to at a minimum, right?
Yeah, I think the resource planning is in general providing a price signal that encourages generation in the right spots.
Or transmission.
Or transmission or demand response.
And that was going to be the other thing, right? Either more supply, less demand, or greater transmission capacity in those given times for transfers, right?
I can't think of anything else besides generation, transmission, and load reduction. I think that pretty much covers it.
Yeah, me either, but I don't have much of a, very narrow-minded maybe, you and me. So we got those 3 options. Really don't care. Duke Energy Kentucky should be fairly indifferent to the situation unless it runs into an issue of being short for its FRR plan and having the transmission constraints where it can't bilaterally get capacity from outside inside, right?
When you say we don't care in terms of either generation or demand response or transmission or.
I'm saying it how do I say this? It's not a price signal for you all necessarily, right? You all have a separate retail service obligation, and you're not a merchant generator that's looking to arbitrage price signals necessarily. Maybe in the energy market, I get that, but in the capacity situation, you guys aren't looking to cash in on increases in capacity values, right?
Yeah, that's fair. So for DEK, that high capacity clearing price, because we met our obligation through our FRR plan, it had no effect on our customers. But it did provide like an idea, and it provides some visibility that, hey, this zone is tight, it's short. But
Yep.
You're right, it didn't impact us financially.
Yeah, and would you agree that well, let's just compare it to the other zones in Kentucky, right? The AEP zone and the EKPC zone. You guys are a little more condensed as a zone than those other two,
I think that's fair.
at least in terms of population density and things like that. And would you agree that that's transferable to making it a bit harder, all things equal, to build new generation, build new supply?
I think that's pretty fair. I mean,
Less land.
generation takes land, right? And land is generally taken by people who build homes and whatnot. So yeah. I
And the
think
land
that's-
you all have is a little hillier than a lot of the rest of Kentucky, just as a general matter, right? It's not exactly a flat area to serve.
I think the northern part of the DEOK zone gets pretty flat north, north of Cincinnati.
North of Cincinnati, that's fair enough, right? So you've got this situation. I say struggle, but you've had to take additional efforts to meet your FRR plan in the past few years. There are market signals that maybe there's an issue with supply and demand within the zone, or transmission constraints, or a combination of the two. DSM programs, energy efficiency should be a solution or part of the solution to that. Would you agree?
I would agree they are part of the discussion for sure.
Yeah.
The only caveat is, we all know about PJM capacity performance. So,
That's
it's
a big part of
make
it.
sure that they're able to actually perform when
Yeah.
called upon. That's the critical aspect of it.
That's a big one. But on that, if a program reduces the utility's aggregate demand throughout the year or the times that it's actually measured and matters, right? That can be a benefit in terms of meeting your FRR plan, right?
Certainly, if the load obligation is reduced, then we have less generation needed to meet the FRR plan.
So that's kind of a way around the rules, right? You can have a power manager demand response program that you can actually use as basically a supply side resource and say, we've got this program, it reduces this amount of megawatts. But you can also reduce, effectively behind the PJM meter, reduce aggregate demand so that makes your load requirements actually lower. That's another way that you can change that calculus with the FRR plan, right?
We're actually doing that because we have the approximately 8 megawatts of solar at Walton and Crittenden.
Right, and insofar as the determination of demand is based off of a summer CPs or 2, 3, 5, 8, whatever it is, summer CPs. If you guys are producing behind the PJM meter generation on aggregate, it looks like your overall wholesale demand is lower, right? All else being equal.
Only, of course, during times when those solar facilities are producing output,
That's right.
which is mainly in summer. So in the summer peaking, I think I would agree.
Yeah, and
Winter
then now
peaking-
we've got this situation with things going on at PJM, this critical issues fast path, where people are taking into account the increased risk of not necessarily only doing summer planning, but looking at the increased loss of load expectations or probabilities in winter months. Would you agree?
I will say I know that the new rules were discussed last week, I believe, and I have not had time to discuss them with the people on my team that are responsible for that. So
That's fine, but let's just say if there's an expectation that we shouldn't just be planning for summer peaks, and that we should be looking at summer and winter peaks, especially with electrification, right? Wouldn't there be benefit or greater benefit than there is in the status quo of demand side management programs that provide savings during peaks in both winter and summer months?
there's, I don't disagree.
Okay, and you heard my questions earlier to Mr. Duff about what has changed with Duke. The question you were asked a second ago about the DEOK zone breaking out, right? There's that. The changes in depreciation rates or useful life of current generation, Duke's current generation moving forward, I think. Are you aware of Duke's system-wide planning goal that all coal be retired by 2035?
I am.
And would you agree that Duke Energy Kentucky owns a coal plant?
They do.
And that's within 15 years, less than 15 years from now?
It's 12 years, yeah.
Okay, all right. And then, are you aware generally of this use of the 2016 avoided capacity values that are just increased every year by some factor?
I am not.
Okay. Do you think that's reasonable? Which is hypothetically, if we're using 2016 capacity values that are just increased by a certain factor every year, right? Do you think that what you knew about Duke Energy Kentucky in 2016 and what you know now, right, the subsequent BRA results, the system-wide, I think Lynn announced that a year ago, the system, maybe 8 months ago, the expectation that Duke will retire all coal by 2035, these changed circumstances. Do you think those 2016 figures are still reasonable to use, even if increased by a defined factor?
I don't have any knowledge of the 2016 figures, but I'll just talk real fast about capacity markets in general. Of course, we could argue that the capacity signal is not producing the right value. And I don't remember what the BRA cleared in 2016.
Like $160, I think.
So it was higher than it has
Yeah.
been of recent. However, so I can't say that that's necessarily bad not to update that 2016 if there's long-term, like IRP planning might say or may say that that capacity is worth more, but it's just a function of the short-term supply and demand of the BRA. I wouldn't make that statement. I just don't know enough about the
Yeah.
long-term effect of
So-
capacity planning.
Do you have a recommendation, bringing Scott Parks Group in or whoever the IRP folks are, bringing them in and using what their expectation in IRP is, using that to drive avoided capacity values or even avoided energy values? Do you have a perception on the reasonableness of that?
I don't have enough, honestly, just don't have enough information in that department to kind of opine. I know that the IRP is an important part of our planning, and I do trust what the IRP says, but I'm not sure if the question is in relationship to IRP as it relates to the value from demand response. I just don't have enough knowledge of that area.
Yeah, but we're caught between a rock and a hard place, right? So we're not planning, Duke is not planning its system exclusively to meet PJM requirements. You all have a load obligation, you're vertically integrated, right? You have a retail service obligation. So you're doing IRPs looking at meeting that retail demand. So should that be driving investment decisions and operations decisions, or should the market? And if there's a mismatch, where does that leave us? I know you're the managing director of trading and dispatch, but do you see between the
do.
rock and a hard place situation, that if we're looking at avoided capacity values for cost effectiveness, we can reduce behind the meter on a utility specific basis, cost effectiveness, or we can try to make it a PJM program using their market signals. But we're kind of damned if you do and damned if you don't. I'm just curious if you've got a concern or perspective on that.
I wish I had something more intelligent to offer, but I don't. It does seem like it's, like my viewpoint is looking at the IRP plan, it used to be done, but now it's done with more, hey, what is PJM gonna do? What's PJM doing? They're very interested in that. Where I think that's kind of it's like a little bit of a mixed bag. Again, this is probably a little bit out of my league, out of my expertise, but to me, it seems like we're kind of merging both worlds.
Yeah, so as a general matter, just looking at East Bend and Woodsdale, do you all tend to offer the units economically in the day ahead or run them self-supply?
So, Woodsdale's an easy answer. So marginal units, and this is kind of my bailiwick really, marginal units, let the RTO decide, except in certain circumstances. For instance, December 23 through 27, we didn't wait for PJM to decide. We committed the units because, there's a lot more going on. Once you got it on, we were not going to let PJM take the unit offline, so we were going to self-commit it. Now, they initially called on the unit. That's generally what you do for a marginal unit, let PJM call on it. But then once the units came on, we kind of saw the writing on the wall. We're not taking a chance of decommitting them.
Sorry to
We'll
clarify,
commit
did
it.
you all offer them the day ahead of those?
Offered them
And-
economically, so.
And they were accepted or they weren't?
We're not. Cleared in real time. So my point is, generally speaking, marginal units allow the RTO to make the decision, right? Or out of the money after you get the make-all payment, you want them to make the decision. That's good for your customers. You get an additional revenue to credit your customers. That's good. But there are times when, for instance, December 23rd, when we saw, okay, PJM committed them, but now we're going to commit them ourselves. Even if they turn them off, we're not taking a chance to turn these units off and have them come back on the next day. We're not going to take that risk. We're going to commit them ourselves. Now, East Bend, longer startup time. Day-ahead market is a 24-hour market. We are going to control our own destiny, knowing that our customers are counting on us to do the right thing. So we will commit that unit ahead of time, even if it's a little bit out of the money, because it's the right thing to do for our customers from a longer, 7-day, 14-day commitment period, not.
You all run those counterfactuals to make sure that you know what you were doing was cost beneficial?
Every day we do an analysis, looks out actually 21 days by hour, that says, what's the expected margin of that unit? Now, after the fact, I don't do as much after the fact, maybe a little bit here and there, but really I'm focusing constantly, looking out, making sure I'm making the right decision moving forward. You
Yeah,
can
and-
learn from the history, that's fair.
Yeah,
but
that's
we're
what,
really
that's my
focused on-
concern is if you keep looking forward and you're plowing in the wrong direction, then you'll never know which direction, you'll never know whether you were wrong in the past.
We look forward more than we look back, but we do look back.
Okay. And we'll have lots of questions about this in subsequent cases, and welcome back to Kentucky. You might as well get a condo here at this rate. So thank you, Mr. Suez. Counsel?
No redirect, Your
All
Honor.
right, thank you. You may be excused. So let's talk about process at this point. Mr. Cook, which other witnesses do you have questions for Duke?
I don't believe we'll have, I don't have any planned,
Okay.
prepared questions for anyone else.
We
Ms.
have
Frederick?
questions for Ms. Adams.
Okay. And counsel, how long do you expect your questioning of Mr. Alvarez to go?
I think less than an hour.
Okay. I have no questions for witness Phillips, Williams, or Hammerly. Do you, I just want to clarify, Mr. Cook, have any questions for Williams, Hammerly, or Phillips?
No.
Sorry?
Do you all have questions for Williams, Phillips, or Hammerly?
No.
Okay. If we're inclined to not, you're welcome to call them, but to excuse those witnesses, would you all be offended, or do you have an interest in asking them follow-up questions?
No, Your Honor, and actually those, Ms. Williams' testimony was adopted by
By
Mr.
Mr.
Duff.
Duff,
And then
thank you.
Hammerly and Phillips, we inadvertently, I think those are errors on the table of contents. Those are not actually
You don't plan
witnesses
on
who
calling
signed
them?
DRs, right? We're not planning
Okay.
on calling them.
Okay, so you just have Ms. Williams?
Just Ms.
Or Ms.
Adams.
Adams, I'm sorry. Okay. And does Ms. Adams have a flight to make
At 6 o'clock.
out of? Okay. Do you have an objection to calling Mr. Alvarez out of place? Would you all like to take a chance to, or take a second to think about it, or discuss it?
Yeah, no, we don't object, Your Honor. We would be happy to do that.
Thank you.
Okay. All right, so we will. Let's take a 5-minute break, and then we'll call Mr. Alvarez, and then we'll allow you to ask the cross-examination that you need to ask.
Thank you, Your
Okay.
Honor.
All right, we'll take a short recess. Actually, let's take a little longer than that. Let's take a recess until, we'll take an 8-minute recess, 2:30, 2:35. Okay. Back to the applicant in a second. We've agreed before we went off the record. Mr. Cook, the Attorney General intervener, you may call your witness if you'd like.
Thank you very much, Chairman. A.G. calls Paul Alvarez.
Mr. Alvarez, please raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to give is true and correct under penalty of perjury?
I do.
All right, please have a seat. State your name and business address for the record.
Paul Alvarez, business address 620756. That's a P.O. Box, 620756, Littleton, Colorado, 80162.
Mr. Cook?
Are you the same, good afternoon, Mr. Alvarez. Are you the same Paul Alvarez who filed direct testimony into this docket?
I am.
Thank you. Do you have any changes to make or
I do not.
corrections to make to your testimony?
I do not.
Okay. If you were asked all the same questions in your testimony today, would your answers be the same?
They would.
Okay. Could you explain to the commission the materials that you have there with you on the stand?
I have my personal computer with my testimony and some of the other witnesses' testimony. Some
Okay.
reference materials, data request responses.
Okay. The witness is available for cross?
Counsel?
Thank you, Your Honor. Good afternoon, Mr. Alvarez.
Good afternoon.
You recommend that the commission order Duke Energy Kentucky to implement what you call a full, quote, full PTR program by June 1st, 2023, correct?
That's correct.
And by, quote, full PTR program, you're referring to an opt-in peak time rebate program that would be available to all eligible customers without any numerical cap on enrollment.
Correct.
Thank you. And you project that 26,616 participants would opt into this program in its very first year of operation. Is that correct?
Yeah, I am sensitive to the rebuttal testimony that Mr. Saylor has provided on that. I think that is pretty aggressive for a first-year participation rate. However, I would mention that there are other conservative estimates in my projections in the first couple of years. For example, regarding startup costs, which are very conservative and very large. For now, I think I'm going to stand by those projections.
You are standing by the 26,616 number?
Yes.
Thank you. And this number, this 26,616, is based on your belief that 20% of eligible customers would opt into the program in the first year.
Correct.
Are you aware presently of any other electric utility in Kentucky currently offering what you call a full PTR program?
No, but I know there's been quite a bit of discussion about it. I know Big Rivers, the co-op, has put it in their IRP. I know I think KU and LGE have put it in their DSM program plan application. So I know there's been a significant discussion about it, but I don't think anyone has launched it yet.
Thank you. So there's no cost effectiveness data available from any full PTR program in Kentucky currently, is that correct?
No data from a full PTR program, that's correct.
And there's no participation rate data from any full PTR program in Kentucky, is that correct?
That's correct.
Thank you. At this time, Your Honors, I would like to mark as Duke Energy Kentucky Exhibit 1 and have entered into the record a copy of the article, one of the articles that Mr. Alvarez cites. And I'd be happy to share that with everyone. And the article is, yeah, that would be great. Oh, may I approach?
Yes, please.
The witness? Thank you.
Thank you.
Oh, and could you mark Mr. Alvarez's? Sorry, I forgot to mark it.
just with the number.
And could you just,
One.
for purposes of the record, identify the document?
Sure, Your Honor. It is titled Residential Customer Enrollment in Time-Based Rate and Enabling Technology Programs, Smart Grid Investment Grant Consumer Behavior Study Analysis.
Okay.
And it is cited by Mr. Alvarez in his testimony. One page that it happens to be cited is page 21, footnote 28. I believe it's cited in more than one place. So with your permission, when we're ready, I'll.
We'll mark it, as long as, please let the reporter have one. There we go. Okay, thank you. You can continue.
Thank you, Your Honor.
And then you'll just move for introduction after asking questions on it.
Yes, thank you. Mr. Alvarez, do you recognize the article marked as Duke Energy Kentucky Exhibit Number 1?
I do. It does seem to be a slightly different version than what I'm familiar with. I see some different tables and some of the data that I'm expecting not to be here I don't see, but yes, I'm familiar with this study.
Okay, thank you.
So I just want to be clear, this is the document that you cite in your testimony or not?
It's not exactly the document that I have, but it looks like, I mean, it's clearly the same study.
Your Honor, if I may, the one that Duke is going to introduce is dated May 2013. The one that I believe Mr. Alvarez cites is June 2013. So I'm not sure what the difference is, and this is the first time this has sprung on us, so we don't know.
So, Your Honors, if I may, we requested copies and discovery of the papers supporting and the articles supporting Mr. Alvarez's testimony, and we received a response that they were publicly available without any links directing them to us. So we did our best to locate a publicly available article with the same title that appeared to contain the same studies. So we feel that but they had the opportunity,
I'm not
the IG
certain
had the
that this is
opportunity to
Listen,
provide us
one at a time. Are you done?
I just want to say that the Attorney General's office had the opportunity to provide us the article that they used, and they declined to do so, even though it was clearly available to them.
Mr. Cook?
We're not sure this is the same study, and, all they had to do was to, I think, copy in a link into a browser. So the June version, which is what Mr. Alvarez relies on in his testimony, should have popped up in their search, depending upon what browser they're using. So I can't speak as to whether these are identical documents.
We don't know the difference between the 2 months, is that correct?
I beg your pardon?
I said, we don't know where, is this the first time you're seeing this?
Yes,
Yeah,
it's
so
the
we
very
don't know
first
the
time.
difference, okay.
Yes.
Taking a step back. Taking a step back. Which data request are you specifically referring to, counsel?
Your Honor, one second. It was data request, Duke data request number 10. Please provide copies of any and all documents not created by Mr. Alvarez, including but not limited to analysis, summaries, cases, reports, evaluations that Mr. Alvarez relied upon, referred to, or used in the development of his testimony. The Attorney General objected that the question was unduly burdensome, and that stated that his testimony identifies certain documents he relied upon, and stated that all such documents are publicly available, but some such documents may be subject to copyright restrictions and thus cannot be reproduced and filed into the instant docket. And there was no link provided.
Okay, so back and forth.
Sure.
The question number, please.
10.
Thank you. Thank you. You did, but I didn't gather it, and I didn't want to stop you while you were reading the
Sure.
response.
Well, and,
1 second, Mr. Cook.
I beg your pardon, Your Honor.
That's okay. I didn't tell you I was reading, but I'm reading.
Okay.
So taking a step back, this is the attempt, this is the, page 16, what you said in the testimony, or 12?
In the testimony, 20, it was on page 21, footnote 28.
If I could add.
So this is a different document than the one cited.
If I could add.
Hold on one second, Mr. Alvarez. So you feel free to ask the questions that you would like about this document, since well, we'll see to the extent that it's similar or dissimilar to the version or versions that Mr. Alvarez cites too, and to the extent that there are distinctions, he can make those on the stand. I guess what I'm trying to say is, in the event that there's an issue, we will deal with that as it cross that bridge when we get there. My presumption is that other than the addition of the subtitle and the addition of another author, I can't imagine much changes between May and June, other than a few of the leaves on the trees. So go ahead and ask your questions, and if there's a distinction between this version and the one cited by Mr. Alvarez, then we'll just deal with it when we get there.
Thank you, Your Honor. And is it all right if I ask if you could get this in a post-hearing data request, the copy that you did use?
I have one right here I could give you, if you'd like.
A hard copy.
Sure. Sure, I will endeavor to use that, and then there'll be no dispute about it. Thank you.
I don't want them cloudy, but I did check like the page that was cited in footnote 17 of Mr. Alvarez's testimony, which is where he first identified it. And the page referenced in Mr. Alvarez's footnote appears to match everything in the Duke exhibit. And it does appear to have the same number of pages, the two reports. So, I mean, that's not to say that all the words are the same. So,
Okay. All right. Counsel?
All right, thank you, Your Honor. So, does what has been marked as Duke Energy Kentucky Exhibit 1, does this article look familiar and similar to the article on which you relied in your
I would
filed
say
testimony?
similar and familiar, yes.
And it appears to be either a very late draft or perhaps a substantively identical version of the same article.
Yeah, I would say my guess is it's an earlier draft, not the final draft.
Thank you. And your assumption of 20% participation in a full PTR program is based on the June edition of this article.
Yes,
Is that correct? And on the study conducted here.
correct.
Thank you. And specifically, you based your 20% assumption on the participation rates achieved in what you called, quote, free PTR programs of those programs reviewed in this article. Is that correct?
Correct.
And those 3 programs had participation rates of 10%, 19%, and 28%. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And all 3 of those programs on which you base your 20% participation rate, all 3 of those programs included a technology offer. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And the program with a 28% participation rate was described in the paper as, quote, flat with CPR or flat with CPP, comma, IHD. Is that correct?
I see that, yes.
And flat with, excuse me, strike that please, Your Honor. And CPP in this review was an abbreviation for critical peak pricing. Is that correct?
That's my, yes.
And flat with CPP in that review was used as a shorthand for critical peak pricing overlaid onto a flat retail rate. Is that correct?
That's my understanding, yes.
So some of the participants into the program with the 28 participation rate were actually recruited for the flat with CPP option. Is that correct?
I imagine that's correct, yes.
And thus they did not participate in the flat with CPR option. Is that correct?
Some amount of them, correct.
And do you know what amount?
No, I do not.
And is that because you did not review the individual studies of each program?
It could be that I was working from a different document. I really don't know.
Let me rephrase. Did you review individual reports on any of the programs collected and reviewed here?
No, not beyond what was presented in that cited document.
Thank you. And do you know whether any of the 3 programs on which you rely were implemented in Kentucky?
I do not know.
And did you personally review either the reports or the underlying data for any of these 3 programs?
I did not.
Thank you. Switching gears a little bit, do you have a copy of the company's application and Appendix E?
Yes.
Very good. So to talk a little bit about the impact of additional notifications, you contend that if more participants had been enrolled in text message notification, this would have increased impact per event. Is that correct?
Correct.
And in support of this assertion, you claim that, quote, 1 in 3 survey respondents, end quote, noted notification method or timing as a recommendation. Is that correct?
Do you have a page or?
Page 13 of your testimony, line 19.
Yes.
Thank you. And could you please turn to page 53 of Appendix E to the company's application? Just let me know when you're there.
I'm there.
Thank you. And do you see table 4-16, summary of peak time credit program recommendations?
I do.
And your statement that 1 in 3 survey respondents noted the notification method or timing, was that based on the row, the first data row in that table, which says notification method or timing and 33%?
It was. Yes.
And what is the sample size of that table?
It's 63.
Yes. And do you see in the paragraph, there's a paragraph above the table, could you read the second sentence?
The Resource Innovations team summarized the responses into general topics, and results are presented in Table 416.
That's actually the third sentence, if you don't mind, the one before that.
Overall, 63 out of 253 customers provided recommendations.
So 63 out of 253 customers provided a written free response recommendation, is that correct?
Yes,
And out of those 63 customers, 33% mentioned notification method or timing, is that correct?
that's correct.
And 33% of 63 is 21 individuals, is that correct?
Correct.
But the total number of customers who responded regarding their satisfaction was, that 63 was out of 253 total responses, is that correct?
Well, that's correct, but a respondent could be someone who responded to that question and offered a written response, which was 63, granted. That could be one definition of respondent, right?
So from your 1 in 3 survey respondents wording in your testimony, a person who was not reading carefully might conclude that you meant 1/3 of 253 survey respondents, is that correct?
Yes, that is a possible error.
Do you feel that that would be a correct conclusion?
I'm not a statistical, expert. I couldn't tell you to the extent that 253 out of 899 was statistically significant, or if 63 out of 253 was statistically significant. I don't know.
I didn't ask about statistical significance. I asked if a person, again, reading your phrasing, your claim that 1 in 3 survey respondents noted notification of method or timing, would consider that to mean 1/3 of all of the survey respondents.
They could make that mistake, yes.
Right. And in the sentence, in the same paragraph where I just had you read, the sentence that starts 1/3 of the respondents, could you read that sentence, please?
1/3 of the respondents who provided a recommendation mentioned that they wanted more text message notifications or more time to prepare for the event.
Thank you. And was that qualifier of who provided a recommendation, was that qualifier in your testimony?
It was not.
Thank you. So you agree, and I believe you confirmed this earlier, that only 21 people actually mentioned the notification method or timing as a recommendation.
Correct?
And that's less than 10% of the survey respondents, isn't it?
It's 33% of those who responded to that question, or 10% of total respondents.
Less than 10%.
Less than 10%, yes,
Less
those
than
are correct
10%.
statements.
Thank you. You also, I believe, contend that with a full PTR program, additional event notification channels would offer, quote, potential for greater impact.
Correct?
End quote. Thank you. And is this increase in impact per CPE per event quantified in your projection?
No.
Thank you. Do you dispute the conclusion of the EMNV report that the results from the pilot program were in line with the results seen in other programs?
No, I don't dispute that.
Thank you. And let's go back to the Appendix E, if you would, to page 8. And I would draw your attention to the second bullet under event response for reference. The vast majority of survey participants responded that they took action to reduce load during an event, correct?
Which bullet are you on? I'm sorry.
The second bullet under event response, page 8.
I'm sorry, I don't see that in the second bullet. Are you on page 8, second bullet under event response?
Yes, so why don't you read the first sentence under that bullet?
Most of the participants responded that they did take action to reduce electricity usage during the events. 79% in the winter, 81% in the summer.
Thank you. And
Oh, I'm sorry, I was taking you literally. Vast majority, yes. Yes,
It
it does
was-
say that, yes.
yes, thank you. And taking action to reduce load during an event indicates awareness of an event, is that correct?
That's correct.
Can you
And-
rephrase the, I'm sorry, can you restate that question?
Sure. Taking action to reduce load during an event demonstrates awareness of an event. Is that correct?
You know, it says during the event, so it doesn't mean they were necessarily aware of every event. It means they took some action on some of the events. Right?
Well, 75% report doing so for the winter event, correct?
Okay, so they were aware of that one.
And 81% in the summer events.
Again, it's possible to have missed some and still have that be a correct statement.
But for those events, those statistics, each statistic is for an,
So if I'm being surveyed and there were 6 summer events and I participated in one of them, I would satisfy that criteria and be included in the 81%, even though I missed the other 5. Right, 81% of the summer events. You understand what I'm trying to?
I understand the distinction you're trying to
Explain.
make. Okay, thank you. So Appendix B to your testimony, do you have that in front of you?
I do.
And I believe that had some confidential
Does.
data in it. Your Honor, I would like to, I believe that I can ask questions about the data without giving
it-
specific numbers.
Is it your confidential data or someone else's?
It's ours, I believe.
So I was gonna say, proceed. I trust you to look out for your client's own interest, and in the event that you would like to, or feel the need to, or you feel you get to the point you can't ask the question without discussing the confidential information, then we'll move over to the confidential record. That won't be a problem. But I'll allow you to navigate that as you see fit. And if you determine you need to move to the confidential record in order to ask the questions, then we'll certainly do so.
Okay, thank you, Your Honor. And actually, looking over it, I think we probably will, after the first few questions, so I'll request to do that. But just to start, was Appendix B to your testimony prepared by you, Mr.
It
Alvarez?
was.
And it reflects your 5-year cost-benefit projection for the full PTR program that you recommend, is that correct?
It does.
And you claim that your projections in Appendix B are based on actual data from the company's pilot program, is that correct?
Some of it is.
Some of it,
Yeah.
thank you. And could you identify which rows are not based on actual data?
Well, certainly as we've discussed, the participants was my own estimate. The value of DRIPE, which is, kind of the markets, the change in the market price due to the demand reduction, supply and demand, that's what that is, and that was one of my estimates. Value of energy shift was one of my estimates. Let's see. And then in the fixed costs, some of those estimates are mine. The launch costs, program management costs, what other ones? I think some of these. And I think program consulting costs were my estimates. Oh, you can see, I've listed them here, which ones were AG estimates, so. Program, if you look in the fixed cost lines, the ones I just mentioned, launch, program management, and program consulting were my estimates.
Thank you. And would you also agree that the value of energy conservation was your estimate and not based on
Oh,
actual
correct.
data?
Yes, that's correct.
Thank you. And that's a pretty important one in terms of weight, isn't it?
Yes, it is.
Thank you. And at this time, Your Honor, I think we would like to, if the AG does not object, switch over to the confidential record.
I guess will you let us know when we've switched? And everyone in the room is Counsel, you're done with your cross-examination?
Yes, Your Honor.
Ms. Schroeder?
Thank you. Mr. Alvarez, in your professional opinion, if the PTR program was to continue, would it be better for it to continue as a summer-only program or continue year-round?
That's a very difficult question. And there are pros and cons either way. There's a limit to how many events people will, tolerate. And so you have to be mindful of that as you're designing these programs. I think to the extent that if you, use up, some of that, what you call it, goodwill, in the wintertime, then it might not be available in the summertime. Or you might be able to call more events in the summer and fewer in the winter, right? So that mix is pretty critical. I think you have to look at, and another issue there is long term, right? I know a lot of DSM programs. I come from a DSM background, and so you do want to have kind of an idea of where you want your program to go long term when you're designing it in the short term. So if you want people to be ready and able to, respond to events in the winter, put some winter events in just so that they know and can learn from those and know how they would respond in the winter differently than the summer, right? And so there is some value, but there's pros and cons to both approaches. If I had to make a call, I guess I'd bet on the long term, but just by the smallest of margins, and I would say have a few winter events just so people know that they're possible and that they know how to respond. But I don't think I would make very many. But again, those considerations are some of the considerations that Duke's expert would be better prepared to discuss. What are the trade-offs? How big is the potential in the winter versus the potential in the summer? There's a lot of details there to work out to make those kinds of calls, to make an informed decision,
Okay. Thank you. Mr. Chairman, I think that's my only question this afternoon. Thank you.
I don't.
Just briefly. So the other way, okay. The 20% participation rate that you estimated was possible, one of the criticisms in the rebuttal testimony was that it was not relevant to our service area. Can you address that?
I think as I look at these programs are popular across the country, right? So I think people's interest in conserving are similar across the country. I think there are some differences in, air conditioning penetration and climate in the summer and those kinds of things and degree of, electrified heating and, there are many issues, that you're touching on. I think overall, people's interest in saving money in their electric bills is pretty consistent. And so responses may differ, but I think interest is going to be roughly the same, across different places. In fact, I just had in a case I'm working on in Illinois, which is publicly available, and I can cite it and provide it in a post-hearing data request if you'd like to see it. A utility in southern Illinois, so not far from here, had 11.5% participation in their peak time rebate program. So not 20, but not 1.5 either.
Okay. And if it's not something that's outside your expertise, what are some of the differences in methods that were used are there differences in the methods that were used to recruit participants from this one, from Duke Energy, and some of those others that had higher participation rates? Were there differences in the recruitment besides, was it just an email or?
Yes, thank you, Your Honor. I think it's really important to differentiate what the pilot was designed to do, which we heard this morning, right? We heard from the company that the recruitment was just designed to hit a statistically significant number of participants, right? And that was it. And so based on that, they sent out one email and got 1.5% participation. They hit their number, and that's great. But obviously, for a full program, that's not what your goal is, right? You want to do much more than that. And so I've been a product manager, demand side management programs, residential, commercial. And when we really wanted to maximize something, we used all channels, right? We used bill stuffers. This is before my time with social media, but if it was social media, were available, we would have used it. We used electronic means. We put notices on web pages, right? It's just a standard web page. If you went to go see your bill, there was a link there to the program, right? We really took advantage of all possible channels to maximize participation. And I think, any utility who was really interested, which is why we talk about things like best efforts, right? In maximizing participation would certainly use more than just the email channel. Now, again, the pilot, okay, the goal is not to get maximum participation, right? The goal is just to get enough to get your statistically significant sample size, right? And they did that. So I don't want to be too critical of what they've done so far, but certainly going forward, you could do a lot more.
So basing a decision that it's not cost effective based on participation rate primarily, is that a fair way to determine cost effectiveness when the participation rate was potentially artificially low because it was a pilot?
I couldn't agree with you more. I think what the application presents to me is that at 1.5% participation, the program is not cost effective. And honestly, I agree with that. I think the problem is 1.5% is not an appropriate number.
You live in Colorado, is that what you said?
Yes, sir.
You lived in any other states before?
Yes.
Anywhere in the Northeast or the West Coast?
No.
Okay.
Indiana, Illinois.
Okay. Well, Illinois is a great example. In Chicagoland or elsewhere?
Yes, Chicagoland.
Chicagoland's got pretty expensive electricity relative to the national average,
Yeah.
probably.
Yes, sir.
So what about usage? So in Kentucky, we use across the board for investor-owned and cooperative utilities far more electricity each month than the national average. Is that something you're aware of?
I was not aware of that, but I guess I'm not surprised.
Okay. So I think the national average in 2021 per EIA was like 880 kilowatt hours a month for the U.S. residential customer. In Kentucky, I think the average is over 1,000. It's a little lower in Duke, a little lower in LG&E's territory. I've got from our website the report statistics for 2021 for Duke is average residential use of 954 kilowatt hours a month. LG&E's 931, KU's 1133, Kentucky Power's 1233. Just based off experience, Duke customers and LG&E customers have a greater penetration of gas heating and whatever. So that's the situation. I'm not testifying. Those are all facts, right? Those are reports filed with the commission, whatever. So we have almost always used more electricity. Again, facts. Kentucky used to have some of the lowest electricity rates in the United States. Still, across certain sectors, we do. California, electricity can cost 25, 30 cents an hour, or 30 cents a kilowatt hour, right?
Yes.
And that's not necessarily a flat rate, but that's not even necessarily the peak rate during certain times. Like, it's
Right.
just expensive in
That's
certain
the
areas.
average, yeah.
Yeah, okay. And it just makes sense in areas where electricity is expensive, folks, in large part on average at least, use less. Maybe they've been able to pencil out certain investments or
Sure.
building codes or whatever. Is that your experience?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Looking at your CV, you're in the utility sphere. Do you find that from when you started doing utility work to now, that it is easier to build generation or harder to build generation?
I think it's certainly harder to build some types of generation.
And what types would those be?
Well, coal, obviously very difficult to get built these days.
Okay, how about natural gas infrastructure?
Relatively easier, well,
Let me
at
ask,
least
you live in
compared to-
Colorado. Let me ask about the prospect of the future of gas generation in Colorado.
Sure.
You guys are, the PUC out there is looking at reducing incentives to even expand heating, like natural gas infrastructure, right?
Yes.
So would you expect that there, in the future, do you expect the construction to continue or to stay the same or to be reduced?
I think it's really hard to say. You know, I work in both states that are very energy friendly, Oklahoma, as well as, you know, those that are very environmentally friendly, Massachusetts, California. I think the economic impact of leaving the gas distribution system is just starting really to be thought about. It's great for environmentalists to say we got to get away from that today. You know, there are billions of dollars in net book value, undepreciated net book value of natural gas systems. We're adding to it in many locations, hundreds of millions of dollars a year for just one metro area, you know, replacing old gas pipelines. I think some of those ideas that we're just going to walk away from all that investment and we're going to put in triple the amount on the electric side to make up for it, I don't know how practical those perspectives are.
And so all this is occurring though at the exact same time. The other side of that coin is increased, well, actual electrification increases and also a push societally to increase electrification. Would you agree?
Certainly a huge part of the population, yes.
Yeah. And I just get to the point where when it comes to these sort of things, I'm thinking about your rebuttal testimony, Mr. Saylor's rebuttal testimony, your testimony in this matter. It would seem that the cost effectiveness that this is being determined on, right? Just forget the participation rate, just the inputs into determining what is cost effective. It would seem that it's a backwards looking analysis as opposed to a going forward analysis, right? The expected avoided, the benefit cost analysis done in these is you heard the testimony earlier.
Yes.
Are avoiding, it's cost of programmatic costs, implementation costs versus avoiding costs. That's the benefit. That's the calculation of cost effective for these programs.
Correct.
Would you agree?
Yes.
Okay. And I guess what I'm trying to ask with this push for electrification, I find that there are less options for generation, it seems like these days, or at least, you know, the perspective is for firm capacity, whatever the name of the day is for whatever it is. There are constraints, continued constraints, which you add constraints, you reduce options, almost invariably you increase costs, right?
Yes.
So do you have perspective on whether the inputs and cost effectiveness are going to increase, decrease, or stay the same when it comes to DSM programs across the board?
Yeah, thank you for that question, Your Honor, because I absolutely agree that in the future, the avoided cost will be higher. I think I even put it in my testimony, I put something to the effect of, you know, history is more likely to look kindly on a peak time rebate type program, you know, than not doing it, for specifically that reason. You're encouraging the public to learn, right? You're encouraging the public to practice, to learn behaviors that we're going to need from them in the future.
Let me ask you this way. Without advanced metering infrastructure, is a peak time rebate program possible?
I don't think practically. I mean, I know there are some meters out there, and some of the more antiquated, well, what are today antiquated meters, do have some very rudimentary approaches, like even if they're analog or electromechanical, they can put data in buckets and you can pull it, you know, a month later and, there are ways to do it, I think, but they're not very practical, in my opinion. I don't really think that these kinds of programs would be possible, practically possible.
So in
without
terms
smart
of
meters.
enabling costs for programs like a CPP, a time of use, a PTR, is advanced metering infrastructure the biggest hurdle in terms of upfront expenses that would be required to implement these type of programs?
I would agree. I would kind of call it a sunk cost, right?
And how long, let's just say that like we started anew now, right? In your experience, we started anew looking at, let's just say that everybody got on the same page. Everybody in America said, we need to create a program that, that does this, right? The folks in here, Todd got kicked out, but Capers and Goldman, they take issue with the perspective that a peak time rebate program is a rate. So I want to make sure I'm clear about what I'm talking about. Yeah, somewhere in here they say, well, they call it critical peak rebate, the CPR.
Yes, correct.
It's technically not a rate because it's not for usage. It's a compensation mechanism. But anyways, let's just say we call it a rate for time.
Yep.
So you come up with this idea, everybody agrees that something like a peak time rebate is the perfect, absolutely perfect offering. You decide you want to pilot it first. I think it was Mr. Duff said, the benefit of a pilot is you know what the harms are. Okay, you figure, if you pilot it for a couple of years, and then you need to, say 2 years, and then you need to EM and V and then fix it, and then you need to determine whether it's going to be implemented on a full-time basis, all these different things. From beginning to end to conceptual, we all agree, and full implementation, whether it's opt-in, opt-out, whatever, but full implementation, what are we looking at in terms of time?
Well, my classical training's in finance, and as a finance guy, time is money. We have invested in these meters, and we're burning time. Customers deserve a return on these meters. And so I see this, these kinds of programs as simply a way to speed benefits to customers, right? So I'm really sensitive to this idea that more study, it simply pushes out, the day we start the program and get benefits to customers. So I am concerned about that. Gosh, I have to say, if we had a more complete, pilot that not only was designed to measure, as was pointed out today, kind of the impact, like demand side management impact, in terms of what KW was saved, right? That's one objective, but as a DSM program manager in the past, my primary goal would be to measure, well, how can we maximize the participation in this program? Because I know there are high fixed costs that we have to cover, thereby making participation the number one driver of program success. And so I would have tested more than just, the amount of usage difference, right? I would have tested, well, what are the best ways and most cost-effective ways to maximize participation in these programs, and unfortunately that wasn't tested in the pilot. So we've just extended already, right?
But there are people that have tested that, right?
Yes, that's
um,
exactly my point of why continue to study it. We've got several utilities who are doing it, some nearby. What do we need?
The gentleman from,
'Cause to answer your question, you could be looking at 2 to 3 more years. Yes.
Yeah, the gentleman from that recently retired from Brattle, Faruqi.
Yes,
I'm
familiar.
the man has done 24 of these tests.
Yes, he has. Yeah.
What other than the meters? What is the other significant upfront costs? Even if everybody agreed on the program, are there any fixed costs that were not necessarily incurred here that would have to be that, or otherwise hurdles to implementation or cost to implementation of a rollout in the sense of that you proposed, or even a default or opt-out program? What other hurdles are we looking for based on
Certainly
your experience?
Yes, sir. If you look at my projection, the biggest ones are the startup costs, the fixed startup costs, which are largely, especially if you're going to go guns blaring and try to hit 20% year one, customer service costs, lots of calls to the call center, right? and marketing program costs. If you're going to launch a big program like this, those are the costs. And I did try to put those in to understand what what the impact of those would be. Those are the biggest hurdles.
Yeah, so the other though, that comes to mind is like a back office system, right? I mean, not the backhaul of the AMI meters, but like an S&P system that can appropriately account for differences in usage and take and do all the billing and things like that. Did you all conduct discovery in this case on whether or not Duke would actually be able to, without making other significant investments, undertake those efforts or have the infrastructure to do that?
I mean, I think there's certainly opportunities to improve those algorithms that determine, did you really reduce your usage or not compared to your baseline, right? Those are some pretty significant development efforts. I think that's a cost. I'm not sure it's as large, perhaps, as marketing or customer service. And again, as you mentioned, other people have done them, right? You can hire consultants who have that expertise. So I think there are some, but that's kind of given, and I put those costs in my projection too. Some ongoing consulting, right, to hone that model over time, right, to reduce the free ridership and reduce. By the way, free ridership is not the only problem. Some people won't get paid for acting, right? And so you got to think of a parabola, right? And so you got people on the tails, some who got paid and didn't do anything, but other people did something and didn't get paid, right? So those are both problems. But it's small. You don't want to throw the baby out with the bathwater, right? And so those algorithms can get better, and there is some spending there, but I think it's small, relatively speaking, compared to because you do it once, right? And you can tweak it from there, but you do it once
one
for all
thing
the
we know at
participants.
PUCs is how to spread out fixed costs over lots of users.
Yep.
Mr. Cook, do you have any redirect?
Just for sake of time, I just want to try to.
Oh, before we do that, I'm sorry.
Sure.
Would you like to try to move to introduce this? I say, I don't mean it.
If the,
I have no objection if you will not object to this one being introduced also.
okay.
Horse trading
yeah.
going on.
Yeah.
We
Okay.
can introduce both, that would be great, thank you, Your Honor,
Okay.
and move them both into evidence.
And I think that saved a little bit of time, but just one question, Mr.
All right,
Alvarez.
so before we do that, so
Oh,
we'll put this in the evidence as DEK Exhibit 1. Mr. Cook?
Thank you, Chairman. I didn't mean to talk over you. So. Your testimony, let me rephrase. You did discuss how this report discusses participation levels in 3 PTR programs.
Correct.
Okay. That's all the questions I have, and I move to admit this as AG1. It was circulated on Friday.
No objection, Your Honor.
I don't know what the document is. You mind identify the document?
It's what we were talking about earlier. It's the
June version?
The June
Yes.
version.
Okay.
Yeah.
So we'll mark Duke's May 2013 document as DEK1 and the June 2013 version written by Cappers and Goldman without Todd as AG's hearing exhibit 2. Or hearing exhibit 1.
one. Yeah, that's the only
And there's
one.
no objection, counsel?
No objection.
Okay. All right. So Mark, do you have a copy? We will get you one.
And I have a hard copy, but it was also circulated by PDF.
We'll make sure that it gets in the record. It's better by PDF, and that was actually gonna be my other question. If you wouldn't mind, if you all have this in PDF form, that keeps us from having to scan this in and make it part of the record and actually increases the size of everything. If you all could just send a PDF of this to council, that would be great.
Sure.
All right, thank you very much. Okay. All right. Is there any reason Mr. Alvarez can't be excused?
No, Your Honor.
Thank you, Mr. Alvarez.
Thank you, Your Honors.
Mr. Cook, is that it for you?
That is it.
Okay. Counsel, would you like to call your next witness?
Yes, thank you, Your Honor. We would like to call for our fourth and final witness, Ms. Melissa Adams.
Please raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give is true and correct under penalty of perjury?
I do.
Okay, please have a seat. State your name and address for the record.
My name is Melissa Adams, and my business address is 411 Fayetteville Street, Raleigh, North Carolina, 27601.
Counsel?
Thank you, Your Honor. Ms. Adams, could you please give your title for the record?
Director of Analytics.
Thank you. And did you cause certain responses to data requests to be filed in this proceeding?
Yes.
And do you have any corrections or changes to any of those responses?
No.
Thank you. And if you were asked the same questions this afternoon, would your responses be the same?
Yes, they would.
Thank you. Your Honor, the witness is available for cross-examination.
Good.
May I ask which data requests they were? Or is there quite a few? Or?
I would have to look. You mean which of the AGs, or just any?
Or, yes, staffs or agents.
So for staffs, it was DR1-3.
Okay.
And nothing in the staff second set. And Ms. Adams also responded to the third staff set, which was only one question, I believe. And then,
That's all.
that's it.
Okay. I have no questions, Chairman.
Ms. Carter?
Thank you. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Thank you for bearing with us. I have a question about Duke Kentucky's DSM case. Case number is 2019-00277.
Okay.
It was the case in which Duke proposed this pilot program for this PTR. Did Duke Kentucky use 2016 numbers or 2016 dollars for the capacity values in that case?
Yes, we did, and they were escalated to 2019 using an escalator provided by the same group that gave us the capacity value within the
And
company.
that's what happened in this case as well. You used the 2016 dollars and then escalated to 2022 or 2021? 21 numbers? Okay, why? Why was that done instead of updating to current values?
So we updated our avoided cost in the most recent November annual filing. So that was the most recent refresh of the avoided cost values that we've done since the 2016 updates.
So I'm not sure I understand your answer.
So in those years in between, we would use the escalation of the 2016 rates, and until we do we only update the avoided cost values as part of our annual filing, not as part of an amendment filing.
Okay, so you had 2021 numbers, am I understanding that correct? You had 2021 avoided capacity or avoided cost in 2021 dollars. You had that available to you. But because this is an amendment, you use the 2016 with the escalator.
We updated those values in between that August and November filing. So between the time that we filed this amendment and the time that we filed the annual rider is when we made those updates.
Okay, thank you.
I don't.
What's the difference? Higher, lower? You don't have to say the amounts. I know they're proposed to be confidential. I don't know that we've actually granted them confidentiality, but are the 2022 numbers higher than the 2016 escalated to 2021?
I believe the avoided T&D went up and increased, and I believe avoided energy and capacity decreased.
So.
I don't know. I don't recall by how much.
So I'd be very surprised if T&D didn't go up, only because it seems like old T&D numbers escalated by Andy Whitman, and that as one person said, if you think that the CPI goes up fast, you should look at the Handy Whitman index. I mean, some of those increase a normal year 5 to 8, 10%, right? Yeah. How was the avoided capacity values calculated? Is it the overnight KW of a peaker unit?
So we get that information from the IRP group within the company, and I'm referencing a data request response here. The staff DR3-001, my response there. But this was based on the cost of construction for a new peaker plant in 2016. And so we would have used very similar methodology to get the new avoided cost for 2021. It would have been the cost of a peaker for an updated amount.
Yeah, so I guess what I'm trying to figure out, so is it just the overnight KW cost from NREL that's the cost in that year? Or do you say, well, we expect the need to occur in a year in the future and then we discount it to the current value? I guess what I'm saying, I get the absolute identity of what the next marginal unit would be. I'm trying to ask how that expense then is turned into an avoided capacity value.
I don't know that I can answer that. I know that our IRP group provides me with that number, and they've done those calculations.
Okay. So this goes back to the question I had for Mr. Duff earlier, right? Is like, who's sitting here going at Duke, whether it's in Kentucky, North Carolina, saying, this is on the horizon, these are the expenses that we can avoid through properly managed demand side management programs. We need to try to avoid those. We are economically indifferent through the demand side management statute that gives us lost revenues. And it's good for consumers insofar as we're able to avoid those expenses and the cost to avoid them is less than, the benefit exceeds the cost. So are you just, I can't figure out where the cart is and where the horse is. Are you all just asking for values every 6 years from the IRP group and then asking for an escalation factor and sending those to the EE and DSM folks for input, and then Mr. Huber is coming up with DSM programs and just applying those numbers? It has to be more complicated than that. I guess what I'm really asking is, who's actually looking at these numbers to determine whether they're reasonable approximations of the cost the utility is avoiding?
Right, so it's a combination. Our organization works with the groups that are providing the numbers to us, and we look for a level of reasonableness within those values, but at the same time, like, we are not calculating those values, so it's not my group per se that would say, oh, this avoided capacity value is wrong, or, we could say, oh, it's unreasonably high or looks really low, but we're not the ones calculating that number, so we can't speak to, exactly how it's derived.
And that becomes it's if the people who know the right answer aren't in the room to question it, then you guys are just taking what Mr. Park or everybody else at the IRP group is handing you. You don't know the determination of the reasonableness or whether a particular program is actually going to avoid that cost. Is that right?
Your Honor, maybe we could follow this up in a post-hearing data request.
I think you're going to have to follow up in a post-hearing data request, but I still don't have an appreciation. It just sounds like somebody's sending a memo down the hallway to say this is the across-the-board avoided capacity value, or this is the avoided energy value, and it doesn't sound like anybody's given it any real thought when calculating or determining DSM programs. Let me ask it this way. Are you generally aware of the Duke, Kentucky system that serves northern Kentucky, that it has a big single large coal plant and a couple of CTs?
At a very high level.
Very high level. That's all. Like I said earlier, that's all I know too. We've only got a few hundred utilities to regulate, so that I can only know a little bit about each one. But are you aware that in the current open rate case, Duke anticipates the coal plant retiring earlier than the combined cycles, or the CTs?
Yes.
Okay, so if the coal plant, large coal plant, retires before the CTs, would you think it's reasonable to assume that the unit replacing that, the marginal unit, is going to be a peaker?
I don't know.
Well, I just find it interesting that a baseload coal plant, I don't
Yeah.
use the term baseload, but we heard Mr. Suez talking about earlier that it's so baseload and takes so long that Duke is determined not even to offer it in the day ahead at economic. They just run it full on out, self-dispatch it. Do you think it's reasonable to assume that that Duke Kentucky would propose to replace, just based on your experience? And you say you don't have experience, that's fine. But based on your experience, do you think it's a reasonable assumption that they're going to replace that baseload coal plant with one or a series of peakers?
No.
So I guess would it make sense then that maybe in that situation, expecting that this is not at the commission's behest, that the utility itself says that it anticipates the life of that coal plant to be something less than 15 years at this point, that the avoided capacity value should reflect the utility's plans?
I would hope that the avoided capacity values would reflect the utilities plans.
I tend to agree with that. Council, do you have any redirect?
I do not, Your Honor.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you very much for bearing with us. We appreciate it. All right. Any reason this witness can't be excused?
No, Your Honor.
All right. Thank you.
Thank you.
You can be excused. All right. I think there's a proposed tariff in this case, or a tendered tariff, file tariff, with an effective date of June 15th. Is that your understanding?
So I believe, Your Honor, in this case, that because that this was not the update, the filing to update, that the tariff sheets that were attached were already like the existing ones, that we were not actually,
There's no strikes or anything related to this tariff?
proposing. Now, I apologize, let me just,
Well, let me just say it this way. It's almost April. Let's just assume June 15th is the backstop. We got plenty of time to get things done between now and then. But looking at it, I know that I have a couple of questions that I've indicated earlier I'd like to ask at the post-hearing. You may have a question or two that you want to ask Mr. Alvarez, given the mismatch of the information, just confirming questions. And Mr. Cook, you indicated you may have some post-hearing.
Yes, I believe we'll have.
So we've got, today's Tuesday, we got a half a week, let's not, idle hands and all. Can we get data requests out by, I don't know, in a week, Mr. Cook?
Certainly.
Next, end of the day, next Wednesday? That work for you? All right, so if we get data requests out, tomorrow's the 29th, yeah, the 5th. If we get them out the 5th, can you respond to them by April the 14th?
I think that should be doable.
Okay,
Your Honor.
April the 14th. Are you interested in filing a post-hearing brief in this matter?
Yes, we would like
Okay.
to do that.
How about a post-hearing brief, how about, call it the 26th of April? I don't think there will be a lot of evidence come out of the post-hearing data request that you'll have to take under consideration. Will you all be able to complete your brief by then?
Yes,
Should
yes,
be
Your Honor.
basically a month from today. And Mr. Cook, how about the 5th for a response?
I'm pulling up the calendar.
Okay, it should be about 10 days.
Can I just,
I'm sorry, Your
Does it
Honor, is it
leave?
two simultaneous briefs
No,
or?
you all have
us?
you all have the proposal in this case. You'll be presenting your brief. Mr. Cook, that will give you a full month, almost month and a half from today,
Derby Eve.
5-6 weeks.
Yeah, it's Easter, Derby, and spring break, so let's
Well,
just
don't
make
wait until
sure.
the 3rd to start writing it, and you won't have to worry about Derby
Right
Eve.
to,
Yeah, you can file, you're welcome to file on the 4th or the 3rd if you'd like.
Sure, yeah.
but
Well, actually, we may file earlier.
That'd be fine. I just want to get things through. So you all are the applicant in this matter, so I want to give you an opportunity to have your initial brief and a reply brief to be able to cover anything that Mr. Cook and the Attorney General's office indicate in their response. So if the response is due the 5th, I give you until the 12th to do the reply. How about that?
Okay, May 12th.
Yeah, so it would be, post-hearing data requests are due no later than the 14th. The responses would be due on the 26th, those post-hearing data requests. An initial, what's that, 26th?
You said that the DRs need to be filed by the 5th, and then the responses.
Oh, that's right, about the 14th.
The 14th.
Yeah,
and then
I'm sorry.
brief.
Yeah, thank you for that. So the data request to be filed by the 5th to be responded to, I had 10 days, I've written down at 9 days. All right, so data request no later than the 5th, the responses no later than the 14th, the initial brief in the case, the 26th for the applicant, the response brief on the 5th, and the reply brief is the 12th, and that the case be submitted at 12:01 on the 13th. Does that sound right to everybody? Okay.
That
Yes,
sounds
sir.
right.
And
And,
as a, oh, go ahead.
sorry, to clarify, in response to your honor, because we were not proposing a change in budget for January to June of 2023. I think just because we did not anticipate an order necessarily, so, earlier than January 23. So the tariff sheet that's attached is just, there's no change to the rate being proposed here.
So you are saying that the tariff that had the peak time rebate program in it had an expiration date written to the tariff?
No, I'm saying that we, even though we were proposing to terminate the program,
Right.
because that was a proposal, and we did not intend to act on that proposal without a commission order, we didn't actually request a change in budget for the first half of 2023, so there was no change to the rate.
To the DSM rate, but I guess what I'm trying to ask is peak time rebate a tariffed, an individually tariffed rate that you all propose to strike as part of your proposal?
I would have to check on that, Your Honor.
Okay. That'd be fine. I think the rules applicable to the rate are in its own tariff, and I just don't know, as part of this application, if you all filed to strike that, or if you all intended on proposing to replace it, and then having to do so as a post-hearing option. So as long as it doesn't plan on going into effect prior to June 15th, I think we're gonna be okay anyways. But I just raised that, and so if there are concerns, I ask that you file a pleading to that effect in the matter after the hearing.
Okay, thank you, Your Honor.
Okay. This is April. Okay. Is there anything else?
No, sir?
Okay, Mr. Cook, counsel,
We don't have anything, thank you.
Mr. Frederick? All right, thank you all very much.
Thank you, Commissioners.
This hearing is adjourned.